It is 7 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. It's the kickoff hour, and we're live. Welcome in to day 11 of the 12 working days of Christmas. You know, every time I say that, I try not to make sure, I try not to mess it up like y'all say I have in the past where I do 13 days of horror. You remember that? I've tried really hard not to do that.
And you haven't.
I know. Up to this point. And we got one more day.
Means tomorrow you'll do it.
Yeah, or the rest of this hour I could do it. But that's what I think about when I say it. Day 11 of the 12 working days of Christmas today. And we got a good one. We got us a drone to give away today. A DJI Mini 2-Fly More Combo. How about that? About a $600 value. So be standing by for your cue to call. And good luck with the 12 working days of Christmas. All right, so it's hard to believe, but bowl season starts tomorrow. Bowl season starts tomorrow for college football, and we'll talk a little bit of college football today because the early signing period has started. Yesterday, the reports are out on the big winners and losers of day one, so we'll take a look at that. Plus, we'll have Auburn's coach Brian Harsin on the show because he'll be in the Birmingham Bowl, which is coming up. It's going to be played at Protective Stadium, and it's going to be at 11 a.m. Central on ESPN, December the 28th. It's the Ticket Smarter Birmingham Bowl, and we'll also have Mark Meadows in, who is a friend of the show. He's been on a number of times. He's the executive director of the Birmingham Bowl, so we'll talk to him a little bit later today as well. I'm seeing High on Meds, one Bill Bubba Bussy walking around.
How about that?
And so he is back today. And so we're here ready to go. Over there's Adler, right there's Greg, and right there's Helmsy.
I saw high energy Bubba.
I did too.
Yeah,
we'll see
guitar.
how long those meds can hold up.
Yeah.
Hopefully he'll be ready. But so anyway, so busy.
He's
show.
really only got 8 hours that he needs to in 2 days.
Yeah,
really.
Yeah, he can knock it out
with energy.
Plus a little other stuff with his office and everything, which I know he's on. But
well, he can feel bad with that. He come in here for 8 hours, and really not even that. It's more like half of that because of commercial breaks. So I think the medicine will last that long. Don't y'all?
Yeah, of course.
I need high energy Bubba.
Well, how was your anniversary, one Michael Helms?
It was good. It was
good.
We went to dinner last night. We never do this. We usually try. I mean, when I say go to dinner, we spared no expense, and that's not like us. Okay, but we've been married for 20 years. Right. I felt like, you know what, we need to do this.
That's right.
So we did that, went and dressed. We got a little dressed up, went out on the town, and then on the way back, hit the Piggly Wiggly.
There you go.
And just a big night. And
what doesn't say love like Piggly Wiggly?
You're the best
but I told her, I said, listen, I don't want this to be one of those things where we rush this. Let's just sit in here, take our time, and talk.
Okay.
You know, I said,
in Piggly Wiggly?
In the restaurant. I said, let's try not to leave. Let's go an hour and a half.
What?
Like, let's do an appetizer.
The waiter start looking at you.
Let's hang out, and let's just talk. And I said, let's just see if we can extend it to an hour and a half. And she was like, game on. And so I think it was like an hour.
Did you start the clock?
I looked at the clock, and it was like an hour and 32 minutes.
Okay.
And I'm like, hey, we've done it. We can leave.
We've done it. Did y'all reminisce a little bit?
We did. We reminisced. We talked about what's going on now. We talked about the future. Got it all in.
And
you
talk about Christmas at the clubhouse?
A little bit. That actually came up
That's
a little
gonna be
bit.
a good deal.
Yeah. We'll see.
Yeah.
So the good news is I'll be able to. The audience won't know for a while because we'll be on break, but I'll let you guys know this weekend how it goes. So then we went by Piggly Wiggly, and then on the way we nearly got home, and I said, I had that cold a couple weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
She was, yeah, I know you're still coughing and wheezing. I said, I think I'm about to go to the doctor. I know it's after 7 o'clock, but I said, I think I'm going to go see if they'll give me a shot in my old Rumpelstiltskin, give me a dose pack, and let me kick. I'm wheezing too much, and I'm puffing on my inhaler.
You want to be like Bubba.
Mm-hmm.
And so I dropped her off at the house, and she goes, you're really going to go? And I said, I am. And she goes, well, I think it's a good idea because you really don't have any other time. We're about to run. We're about to be blowing and going.
Yep, get ahead of it.
So I thought, here we go. So I went last night and walked into the place, and I said, listen, I don't necessarily feel bad. I said, I had a cold a couple weeks ago.
Snotty.
I said, I've still have a lingering dry cough and I'm wheezing. I'm an asthmatic.
Oh, he's asthmatic.
Oh, did you
I
throw that
said,
in?
I don't know.
I like that title.
I said, I don't know if it's
I'm
turned
asthmatic.
in. I don't know if this has turned into bronchitis or it's just, I just need to kick this cough and get the wheezing under control.
I'm an asthmatic.
So they said, hey, we'll make a deal with you. Okay. They didn't say it like that, but
Okay.
they kind of,
They did it
you know,
like
they
you did
kind
yours.
of. They throwing their hands around.
hey, we really need to test for COVID and the flu.
Yeah.
I don't think based off our conversation and the way you're acting that it's that. But we need to check those boxes. Then once we check those boxes, it was funny because she actually used Rumpelstiltskin. Then we'll get to the shot in the Rumpelstiltskin and get you some prescriptions and get you out of here.
They give you a sucker.
And I was I think I played this really well because it was like 7:04, 7:06, something like that.
Detailed.
Pick up
And
sticks.
They leave at 8. They close the doors at 8. So I thought, I'm in and out of here. I said, I don't want to keep y'all. I just want to make this quick. There was one other lady sitting in there, and the minute I came in, she was getting called back. And so I got the shot. I got all the meds sent to my pharmacy that's right over here.
But
and
all the big stuff came back negative. So
the flu and COVID come back negative.
Yep.
It was like 20 minutes later. He's like, hey, somebody stepped in there and went, by the way, it's negative.
Yeah.
So whenever you can get, in other words, they were going, hey, it's all negative, and whenever you can get that shot in his rump, we can all get out of here.
Yeah, right.
Because it was like 8:02 at that time.
Kick him out.
So glad that I went and did that. And the steroid shot didn't keep me up last night.
Okay.
So now today I feel like I'm going to be high energy all over the place getting some things done.
Well, you and Bubba can be like a tornado.
I'm telling you, you can get in there and help him with his office.
Yeah,
Yes.
there it is.
There you go.
I will. If Daddy needs me.
Okay. Oh, wow.
Huh?
Gave you a little bit of a nice medicine too. That's good.
Yeah.
So I'm glad you're negative. Bubba's all came back
Yeah.
negative. It's just the crud that's going
Yep.
around.
There's
I mean,
still,
there's
colds
other
and
sicknesses.
sinus
That's right.
infections out there.
right.
Yeah.
They didn't go away.
Yeah, because there was days I know we felt like,
Yeah.
I asked
I
them
mean,
that. I said, what are y'all
I didn't
seeing
feel
more
great
of
last
like right
Yeah.
now? I ask those questions. I'll get in their business.
Yeah. They wish you.
I said, what are y'all
They're
seeing?
like, hey,
I
this
see
guy-
y'all seeing a lot of flu. Y'all seeing a lot of cold. Or y'all how's the COVID cases? They calming down? I asked them that, and they said, they said we had something happen today that we haven't happened before. Hadn't happened in a long time since all this started. We had somebody test positive for both the flu and COVID.
How about that?
And I'm like,
Boy, that's a
well,
lucky
goodness.
son of a
That
gun.
guy.
about
Merry
that?
Christmas to him.
Double up.
But they did say that the cases were going down in that front. But the flu and cold cases were up. So.
Well, you wouldn't know it because up
I know.
up in Philly and other places, they're trying to shut down holidays and
So
canceling
their
stuff.
numbers are a
and-
little on the rise.
yeah. So
I didn't have a mask, but they had a mask.
Oh, you
they
walked
had a
in there
box.
maskless?
I did. Felt strange because
you walked in late without a mask.
well,
nearly
I
called the
noticed
law.
the lady that was
But
sitting
you're asthmatic,
down.
so that's
I know
okay.
the lady that was sitting down she walked in there without a mask too. She had grabbed a mask out of their thing. She was wearing the same mask I was.
Sometimes he's asthmatic. You ever notice that?
That was yesterday. Today's nice.
No, he's asthmatic.
Get him a cup of coffee.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please.
All right, 21 minutes past the hour, day 11, 12 working days of Christmas. We thank you for being with us. We have a number of things going on today, plus that 11th gift. It's hard to believe. Does it not feel, it's kind of like with college football. We're so happy the season starts and then it's over.
And it's over.
It's like we just started the 12 working days of Christmas and we're already at day 11. But the DJI Mini 2-Fly More Combo drone. And then don't forget, we got the Bumper Nets game room package. And we thank Homer and Bumper Nets. It's been, how many years? It's been at least 3 maybe that he's been a part of the 12 working days of Christmas. And he's got a dartboard cabinet set, including the dartboard and darts. The Butterfly family table tennis table. That's kind of, it's just a smaller, fun table for the family. It's about a $250 value, just that.
Boom.
And then they got this gorgeous Tornado Elite foosball table, which retails at over $2,100 by itself. A package at about $2,500 retail value. And they are offering that up as the day 12 prize. So we're looking forward to giving that away.
So when you walk into an establishment that has a dartboard, a pool table, ping pong table, and a pinball machine, where do you gravitate to?
I go.
Don't forget foosball.
In order.
Foosball, too.
Yeah.
In order. I go pool table, pinball, darts, and then what was the last one?
Foosball.
Foosball.
Or
Ping pong.
Ping pong's way last. I don't really like playing
But
ping pong.
so you gravitate to the pool table right out the gate.
Yeah.
I
do you know that
that's where I go.
I
Now,
used
the
to
dart
play,
and the pinball
I play
are
ping
close.
pong more, but I always gravitate to the pool table first.
I played a lot of darts years ago.
I don't give
darts
darts
is
enough.
fun.
Yeah.
I don't give darts
I'm
enough.
not great at it.
Hey,
but
why
it's
don't we
fun.
set up a dartboard at the new studio?
Yeah, we could.
Why not?
Maybe
That'd be fun.
Maybe talk to Homer
Right in the
about
hall,
that.
we can hang out and throw darts.
How we doing
Do you
it?
call it shoot darts or throw darts?
I don't know.
Throw.
Throw darts. Do you know for sure? Is that professional?
We're throwing darts.
I'd like us to set that
I know
up.
the wall it could go on.
Yeah, that'd be
There won't
perfect.
be a lot of
and
holes in the
Homer can
wall.
hook
Yeah,
us up.
yeah. And we have to make sure
That's
nobody's
fine.
coming through that door. But I mean,
well,
We
that-
could put
that-
that. We
that
could
adds
actually
to it.
put that cork board up, and then put the
There
dartboard on
you
top of it.
oh, and we're thinking.
We'll still miss
that
even
steroid
wider
shot
now.
really did help you.
Well, I'm on my game today,
Yeah.
boys. Plus, Bubba's back. Cats are back.
Cats are back in action.
Uh-huh.
Well, do
Everyone
y'all want
want-
to get a pool table too while we're at it?
It's your little pool, little
Yeah.
money.
That would
You
be
think-
fun.
Why do they call it foosball? I wonder.
I don't know.
I don't know,
It's
but I
little
hate
soccer
it. I,
man.
that's something
I'm
I
not that
cannot
good
do.
at it.
I don't like it.
There, I had a run during the skating ring days. It got intense. We had a lot of intense foosball games, but especially wearing a pair of skates, it was tough.
Yeah.
But
I'm a stonk.
I wasn't ever great at it.
Yeah.
You ever seen they can take it and do that
Oh,
real quick?
yeah.
Get you.
Uh-huh. Made you mad.
Yeah, maybe mad.
I
Now,
think,
the rookies
apparently, I
sit
guess
there-
Helmsy's Googling it because it sounds like he's pounding
The
on
people-
the
I actually had to send James Spann an email real
The
quick.
people who are not very good at it, they'll spin it. Spin the man, spin. That's somebody that's not very good at it. They're
James
they're
is-
just panicking.
James is speaking at our man church coming up in January.
Ooh, MC.
And I got an email needing a neutral background picture of him. And I know if I don't send it right now, I'll forget to ask
That's
that
right.
request.
That's what
I was
happens
doing.
all the
That's
time.
what
I
was
get
doing.
it. I get it.
Being open. What is Bubba doing right
He's
now?
out there taking pictures. I don't know. I think he just wants to remember what it looks like here.
He is great. Do you see him?
Yeah.
He is standing outside the studio
Yeah.
taking pictures.
There he
Yeah,
is.
I tell you.
Okay.
Well, I think, but in 2 or 3 days, he's had 5 shots. So I
Yeah.
think he's ready. He is.
Sure.
I'm coming
And
out.
he brought his coffin shirt again.
He did.
Yeah,
Notice
he,
that.
he coughs
Yeah.
into a t-shirt.
Yeah. Yeah. Not the like I'm dead coughing. But
No,
just-
coughing.
Yeah.
You know, heard a lot of that around the show lately
yeah.
between all of us.
Yeah. Sniffing and coughing.
Scratching.
And all that. All right. So we got that happening today. A good friend of ours, family friend, when it comes to college football, J.C. Sibley, I've told you about. It's funny because I have my J.C. Wilburn and J.C. Sibley, so when they're both at the
That'd
house,
be confusing.
we default calling Sibley John.
Okay.
And you can't miss him because he's about 6'5", 230. He committed to and official. He's made it official to go with UAB football and out of Helena, Alabama.
You being the stadium
And
guy, I know you're happy.
one
about
of but
and
but,
his agent
but here's
for
what,
NIL deals.
True.
Here's what's so crazy about the situation. The reason I even bring it up is not only because of the connection with UAB, but it's one of Reese's best friends, and so watching him, coaching him ever since itty bitty, and we've been a part. All of us have been a part of guys that move on, but he jumped up in height. I guess I forget exactly what age, but you know those kids that you see them and then it's been a month or
Yeah.
two and they
They
come
go
back,
home
and
for
you're
the
like, "What
summer, and when they come back, they've gained 3-4 inches.
And he just kept growing. Great receiver. He's down in the All-Star football game Friday night, North and South, down. I think it's in Mobile. I think Reese is going down for that. I might jump in with him and go. But just congratulations to him and all the student athletes that are signing and moving on. And I see there's winners and losers. ESPN already has them out. One of the biggest winners is Coach Fisher and Texas A&M.
Getting it done.
They're getting it done. My goodness.
But the biggest shock
Yes.
is Deion Sanders at Jackson State getting the number 1 player in the country.
5-star.
To a
that
FCS scope.
had committed to Florida State. He flips him, and now he's going there. And Deion's like, we need more of this, and hopefully we're changing a little bit of history.
Of course, all these kids with all the hype, who's going to pan out and who's not. You never know.
Yeah, you don't know who's going to pan out. I'll tell you this, and it's kind of crazy because we got him on today. Of course, you got Alabama. They're right there. They say overnight Texas A&M jumped Alabama for the number 1 slot, but
Number 1, number 2.
Whatever. Yeah, Alabama's right there with them. One of the biggest jumps is Coach Harsin in Auburn. They went from
the 30s
to they're in the low teens now.
Yeah.
And so congratulations to him. And how about we have him on today? That's kind of interesting.
That's good.
Coach Harsin, part of the Birmingham Bowl coming up December 28th at Protective Stadium. Speaking of UAB, they're home.
That's right.
Look, Deion obviously gets this, but these HC or HBCUs, historical black colleges and universities, they're going to start to get these players because of the NIL.
Yeah. And that's what he's trying to do.
Absolutely.
Him and Eddie George up in
Yeah.
Tennessee State. Yeah. He's trying to do the same thing.
That's good. Good for them. That's a great deal. And of course, here's what's going to happen though, and I'm surprised it hadn't happened yet. Is they're about to lose Deion. Y'all realize that?
Yeah.
Like, let's not get too carried away. He's not going to be your coach for 10 or 15 years. I'm surprised he didn't leave this year.
Will he be Florida State's next hire?
Possibly.
Didn't they extend? What's his name?
I don't know. Now? I have no idea. I did see where Alabama.
But that means nothing.
Is it Eli Ricks, the All-American LSU cornerback? He's transferring to Alabama.
I don't really start talking about players until they get a little hair under their arms. You got to grow up.
You got to
bit.
see them.
You got to actually do something.
Well, that one
before.
does because he's a former.
Potential.
He's an All-American there. How about is it Emory Jones from Florida, the Florida Gators quarterback? He's leaving.
Yeah. Where's he going?
He's announced he's transfer portal.
Is he?
Another one. He out.
He's average.
Hey, Auburn could use him.
I heard that. I have a good
What's
one.
the
I'm not gonna do
alternative?
it. Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing.
Concrete shoes.
So Urban Meyer fired from the Jaguars.
How about that?
Okay, if y'all don't
Greg
know
is
this,
loving this. This is his story of the day.
I knew
He
it.
hates Urban.
I tell you what I'm surprised. Well, hate's a strong word, but what I'm surprised
you
is
hate him.
that he didn't have some kind of illness or family emergency that he quit his sale.
I know.
That was coming.
Isn't that
They
crazy?
just beat him to it.
13 games he lasted with the Jaguars, and
It's
they
been a tough year for Urban.
Yeah.
They had that nightclub incident. And now
Urban.
Yeah. There's also a story out that a former Jaguars kicker says that he kicked him, like actually kicked him. He's just
Took his foot and kicked him.
I bet he didn't kick him hard.
But anyway,
Probably
the
nudged him.
story is the Jaguars said that there's just too much. You're out. You're gone. That has to be pretty bad for y'all. I mean, first year, 13 games and get fired. That has to be bad, real bad.
Rick and Bubba.
the gravy.
So we're back. It's 25 minutes until top of the hour. It's the kickoff hour, day 11 of the 12 working days of Christmas. Another great gift to give away today, so be listening for your cue to call. A little bit later in the show, Auburn football, Brian Harsin. Coach Harsin will be with us. He's part of the Birmingham Bowl coming up December 28th in Birmingham at Protective Stadium. We'll also have the executive director of the Bowl, Mark Meadows. He's been on a number of times, friend of the show. He'll be on as well a little bit later today. Bubba back as part of day 11 of the 12 working days of Christmas. A lot happening. We've had a great week. Now, we've been bubbleless a couple of days, but we've had a great week as far as the big year-ender goes. It's coming up Friday, so this is the last week. We've been kind of counting that down. Tomorrow, scheduled to be with us, Kevin Dareberry will be with us, and we'll do the Rick and Bubba Christmas carols, where we all try to sing Christmas carols and keep up with Dareberry playing on the keyboard. That's always fun and sends us off. Also, 'Twas the Night Before Christmas, where the Rick and Bubba characters read 'Twas the Night Before Christmas. That will happen as well tomorrow. I know that you were working on your Dip and Dan in case Bubba didn't come back.
Yeah, so what, then?
Okay. Do you think he'll...
I had it nailed, man.
Right.
I was ready to go.
Do you think he'll...
Good. Pass me that cup.
Do you think that he'll stay with us, or you think?
Yeah.
You think
we've been in there spending some time.
Yeah,
that's where we've
that's
been.
why I'm late. I got hung up with Bubba.
And I think
Okay.
he's gamer. He's ready to go.
Now you've been working on his Bucky Beaver, but I think okay.
I like Bucky a lot. I was Bucky. I hang out sometimes.
You sound like somebody that had an issue.
Yeah.
Well, Greg, you don't actually sound like a beaver either.
I don't. Dang it.
Just keep that tongue in
Don't
front of the
tell me
teeth.
that.
Sometimes you get your tongue.
In
all
front
over.
of the teeth.
You
Front-
sound like that
front-
guy. You know that guy always talked about that had that real huge tongue?
Yeah,
That
yeah.
went to school with us?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
That's
know
who you
I
sound.
know
Because you're
what
trying
you-
to,
That's
I
how
know
he-
what you're talking about, Greg.
that's
because you
him.
got a dip
That's
in your
him.
mouth, so you try to get that tongue just to keep it up there.
Yeah, keep it in there. That a little better?
That is.
That is a little bit
I
better.
see
Say
that.
give Daddy
So
a
I
cup.
made it like I got a dip.
Say give Daddy a cup.
Give Daddy a cup.
I'm going to bring Poto back.
Yeah.
Oh, Speedy. In the honor of the deans.
Right. So that's happening tomorrow. Looking forward to that. The countdown on the move of the new studio is happening. More and more stuff getting boxed up and ready to go. It's real.
Bubba's about got his.
Yeah, it looks
about
like
got
he's
it.
sitting in a sea of a mess.
I think it's like people are bringing stuff and putting it in
It
there.
is.
I
It
didn't know
does
he
look
had-
like that. It seems like every time I walk in there, it's more
growing.
clutter.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
that somebody's sneaking in there and using it as a storage building.
And I tell you what, he's found some cool things that I didn't know he had.
He's got a guitar rig that is.
I know.
No, y'all don't understand. That is a really nice guitar, and got a Marshall amp.
Look, if you're into kicks and stuff, you kind of collect
I didn't know
nice
he had
stuff. Anyway, but he's got till Monday to get everything out to where they can, or at least to where they can pick up furniture.
I was going to
you
say,
know?
technically, he's got to the end of the month if he's doing it himself, and they're not taking it to the new studio.
Which I would hope he would let them take the big desk to storage, because if not, that.
Oh yeah, that'll.
But
That's where I'd start. If I was him, if I was getting a plan, my plan would be, hey, let's get all the things off of the bookshelf, the desk,
The bookshelf's first thing I looked
the
at.
cabinets
That's a
and
lot
the
of
bookshelf.
books.
a lot of books,
all the cabinet stuff. Just
Yep.
get everything out of all the big stuff
Yep.
that they need to take, and then he's got till the 31st to get it all out.
What's the best thing? It's like it looks like it's growing, but when you go by and he's in there in the middle of it,
I know,
sitting
that's
at
what
his desk and it's all around him.
Yeah.
and I see something, different every. Like today, I forgot he had that robot. He's got a
He's
robot
got
in
a
there
yeah. I
that
forgot
actually
about that.
works and walks
Right.
around.
We
Yeah.
should have had that walking around the
know.
studio.
I know. You're right, Greg.
Yeah.
But yesterday I got to see young Scruggs, our engineer,
Yeah.
who helps Super
I
Tom.
talked to Scruggsy yesterday.
And he finally had the board. And when I say board, I'm talking about what we use for audio, and we're pushing and all that kind of stuff that you see us on every day. He showed me the new board and all the bells and whistles with it, and it's
Is it as wide as that one?
once you put it
It's
all
three-
together, it's
It
close.
looked like it
Yeah,
was.
it
That's
is.
why I didn't think
I'm
it
not
was
big
going to
on
be.
it.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding.
I didn't think it was going to be as wide, but when you send us the video, and I'll take all that kind of stuff you'll give us in our team
Yeah,
messages. It looked as wide as that.
When we first got this board, it's like, my gosh, this stuff is so advanced, and it still is really nice.
Yeah.
But then, the advancements continue.
15 years
now,
of technology changing is a big deal.
And so now the boards are even, sometimes I think they can be too sharp.
Yeah.
Sometimes I just want to keep it simple.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
There's a lot of features I don't care about.
Yeah. It's like, can I just push a button and turn it up? Or, I mean, why
I don't have to have some.
No, I don't need all that. But I think we'll like this one. It'll be a little bit of an adjustment, but I think we'll like it. And so it was good seeing him, and they're fired up, ready to go.
Yeah.
Starts tomorrow. He said right after the show tomorrow, it's on. It is on. He said we'll be sitting off over in the bullpen, ready to go.
And that's a good moment for me to say this. There's going to be about an hour or two where tune in is dead. Just everybody heads up on that.
Okay.
As of right now.
Okay. You have to use dead. You don't have to use
well,
dead.
we're not going to put it in a coffin,
just say
put it in the
silence
ground.
and
There's going to be some dead air for probably about 2 hours. Now there may be a chance that we are able to flip a switch and give you a little something in the transition period. But I'm not 100% on that yet.
Okay.
But just to give everybody heads up, ain't no sense in
Right.
getting crazy tomorrow at 10 with a bunch of emails and phone calls if tune in's not running right.
Right.
We'll have you back up at lunch.
Okay. I got in trouble from Scruggs yesterday a little bit.
He talked down to you a little
well,
bit?
I'm gonna really go dialed in with y'all because now, coming in and out what it all looks like to the audience. We'll try
Did
to
you
explain.
exhaust him a little bit?
No, it was so I'm pulling, I came up with my own little system trying to get all the chairs in and stuff, which was kind of funny. If I always think somebody's looking from upstairs out at us when we were moving stuff in, and probably
A lot of people
really
over there
enjoying
talked to some
it.
of them yesterday. They're
Yeah.
excited about this.
So you have the outside door to the building, and then you have the studio door, which is inside the building. Well, the studio door inside the building, if it closes, it locks again.
Yeah.
So trying to prop it open, if you're like in and out, in and out,
And
in
we're
and out,
king
in
of
and
the
out.
prop.
Yeah, and I mean, what a bip! If
You
I
needed
mean,
that little thing here.
I know. I thought about that. I was like, why didn't we have that little thing?
Doorstop.
Yeah.
Weird looking one though.
So I've been grabbing a little bitty garbage can and putting it at the door frame and to where when it'll stop it from closing. That way,
So
if
you
you're
ain't
in and
gotta
out,
peep.
if you're holding stuff, you're not trying to, you got a keyboard and all that. And I left yesterday and had been gone for maybe 30 minutes. And he called back and goes, "Hey, are you gone?"
You left
I
it
said,
in there.
"Yeah." He goes, "Man, you left the door propped open."
I nearly did the same
Speedy.
exact thing. I didn't, but I went to my truck, cranked it up, was pulling off, and it hit me. And I'm like, "Hey, you got to go back and do that."
Yeah.
Nobody else is here, him.
I know. And he kind of got on to me
I
a little
know.
bit.
I did the same thing. Now he didn't know that I did it, but I did
Right.
it the other day.
Yeah.
And that's where we're going to mess up too. Is because it'll happen here a lot where we put the stopper in, we run somewhere for a minute, we come back and the stopper's gone or it's failed or somebody's hit it or whatever, and we're going to walk out without our key.
know.
That's why I have it in right here in my phone, because I usually don't go anywhere without this.
You know what I think I'm going to do? Because he said once you come in the outside door and you enter, and I know we're having a meeting on the air. I'm sorry. Once you enter the studio, from then on it's either keypad or it's the little fob thing, whatever, the card. And I might go keypad more. That way, all you got to do is just remember your number and hit it, and you're not having to carry that thing around.
Yeah.
Once you're in, you know. Greg, are you listening?
I'm just nervous about it. Like I'm conscious
Yeah.
about. Like I walked out yesterday, I had to put some trash in outside my car after I'd been in there, and I nearly walked out without my phone. And if I would have, my phone would have just been sitting in there.
Yeah.
Scruggs was not there. There was nobody else there, so I'd have been standing there like because I hadn't remembered my code at this point.
Right.
I'm dreading getting locked out during the best of.
Yeah, I asked him to change my code to something I know, and so he did. And
I
that's
don't know
because
what
if not, I never would have remembered him.
I done forgot mine.
Hey, here's
See?
something that happened yesterday too, and you would have been
I
very
don't
proud
know
of
if I got
me.
my card still.
Greg, buddy,
I've never used it.
are you going to call us one day and go, "Man, I can't get in"?
Yeah, probably.
You need to let me have your phone, and put it in your notes section of what everything is, so that why are you looking at me like that? I'm trying to help you.
Yeah, he's actually looking at you like he's disgusted right now.
So had something happen in the bathroom yesterday, and this is where I blame y'all because I didn't act like this before.
Pete on the floor.
No,
That was here.
I did not do that. That was not me. Someone here did, but it wasn't me. Greg, you'd have been proud. You'd have been, if I'd have left you with this, you'd have been embarrassed.
Oh, you leave one soaking?
No. So
Greg's looking for his card.
I had just used the bathroom, number one, was washing my hands, and a gentleman walked in. And he went to the stall and locked the door. And I out loud just said, "Oh, gonna lay one."
No, you didn't.
No, you did.
Loud. And I just
Hell,
walked out,
see.
and I thought,
What
and
did he
I
say?
thought to myself,
They
what-
don't know our
this is
humor.
your influence right here,
What did-
Speedy
what
and
did he
Greg.
say?
Huh? Well, I was walking out. I don't know.
Yeah.
I went, "Oh, I'm gonna lay one," just like that. Said it that loud as he's shutting the door in the stall.
That's wrong.
And I thought Greg Burgess would be so proud of me right now.
Yeah.
Well,
And
people
you would be a
better-
little
Right now he's trying to
embarrassed,
find
but
his
you would be
card.
proud too, deep
Yeah.
down.
I'd have ran away laughing probably.
And I thought prior to being with you guys, 13 years of influencing
Yeah,
me, that's the kind of things that come out now.
you used to fight it, but now you just
I know. I just
embrace it.
embrace it.
Oh, I had it backwards.
Okay. He's
That's it.
found his card and he's so proud of himself.
I mean,
Shout out to outside the window here in the
dude.
breezeway.
What we got
Look
going
at
on out here?
Well, we got
Oh.
us an orange hat. We got us hunting jackets.
Hey,
Look,
look at it be in
I
the
saw a
woods.
propane tank walking around like they're grilling
Oh,
out.
watch
they
it.
maybe just be keeping warm.
Tailgating.
It is on, my friend. They've got let's see.
Unlock that, Greg.
Oh, they got bleacher chairs. Look at that. Okay, they got the
I
spatula.
saw a spatula.
They got the Rick and Bubba spatula out there. Man, this is good stuff.
Look at him. He's working that spatula
Counting it down.
like he's at the circus.
The audience knows.
What's he cooking?
The audience knows there's not today and tomorrow,
Yeah.
and so they're here. I got a report from old Coop yesterday with the tubers.
Yeah.
yeah.
At least 20 people here tomorrow.
Coop to coop.
At least 20 outside. So it is going to be a party for the next 2 days, and the city center. I know will be glad to see us go. No, I'm kidding. They've been great to us. But we'll have a good time out in the breezeway today. You're right outside the window. They're already getting set up. Today's crew here, and they got the Rick and Bubba spatula, and it looks like they're grilling something out there.
I like it.
Mm-hmm.
I like it when they grill.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Day 11 of the 12 working days of Christmas. It is the Rick and Bubba Show. It's the kickoff hour right now. Good Time Gang is live. Rick and Bubba join us right after top of the hour. That's right. You heard me say Rick and Bubba. Bubba back today for day 11 of the 12 working days of Christmas. This portion of the show brought to you by LinkedIn.com/Bubba. If you are looking to get, maybe the new year started off right and it just takes a little bit of time to find that right person, maybe grow your small business, or look at maybe adding a few to what you're trying to get done. And it's just like, I can't find that right person. Let LinkedIn.com/Bubba help. They have got the world's largest professional network of over 770 million people. You remember when we used to go to the cork board and just put a job posting up and just hope somebody walked by and saw it?
Yeah.
It's a lot easier now. LinkedIn.com/Bubba. There is nothing to lose on the job posting, too. Everything to gain because your first job posting is free. So what are you waiting for? Go to LinkedIn.com/Bubba and post your job opportunity for free as a listener and viewer of this show and see if you can't find that right person or even more to help your needs when it comes to growing your business. RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button is also an opportunity for you to go to LinkedIn.com/Bubba. Nothing to lose, folks. It's free. That first job posting.
One announcement before we move forward. I've got to get closure on this, and the audience is the same way. I've received 2 emails this morning before 4 a.m., so this is on some folks' mind. Mary and Jesse. Mary called in, 10-year wedding anniversary, thought her husband had forgot it, wanted some advice from us, and she has gone completely silent.
Mm-hmm.
We need to hear from you, Mary.
We're worried about it.
Mary and Jesse and Arab.
Come on, Mary and Jesse.
10 years. How'd it go? We don't even have to share it with the audience, like on the air. Just email us, okay? And I've got to get closure on this.
Yeah, we got to know, did Jesse forget your anniversary again?
Yeah.
And the big thing for her was I remind him every year, but not this year.
Yeah.
And I think he's forgotten because he's left.
And
it
the
on
fact
to her.
that we haven't heard back, that scares me a little bit.
Possibly not a good deal.
Right. Quick update for the staff as far as what's going on outside our window right now. Helmsy, the menu is what?
Oh, yeah. So
We got a menu?
We got us a menu,
we've
Greg.
got-
and you're going to
listen to
love
this.
this menu.
They going
Greg.
to share with us?
Oh, yeah.
This is what it says, and this is Ryan. Hey, Ryan.
Hey, Ryan.
Whatever.
What's up, dog?
We're the ones outside.
Greg's not going to give you much today, but we'll give it for
That's
him.
not true.
Yeah.
We're the ones outside. We've got biscuits for y'all, and we'll be cooking pancakes with chocolate gravy.
Ooh.
What time do you want breakfast ready?
Right now. No, I'm kidding.
As
So-
early as you can.
Awful kind of you, Ryan.
Yes, thank
Thanks,
y'all.
guys. How
Ryan and the
about that?
gang.
We don't deserve you.
Hadn't had pancakes in a while. I'd like to have one.
I like a good pancake.
Yes, who doesn't like that? All right, so I've asked
Who's
y'all
scared
this.
of a
I've asked
pancake?
y'all this, but I forgot.
Waffle. I knew what you were going to
Pancake
ask.
or waffle?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just
It's got to
depends
be
on what mood
well
I'm in.
done. It's got to be well done, though.
Just I rotate. It just depends on what mood I'm in.
Yeah.
Are y'all heavy syrup on your?
Yes.
No, I'm not heavy.
I just don't like it real dry.
Yeah,
know
I
what
don't
I
like
do?
it dry, but I don't want it
I
to be
put it in
swimming.
every little bitty square.
No.
That's what I do. Just
Yeah, but I
gently
keep it in
every
the
little.
boundary.
I keep it in the boundary. I don't get it. It won't even sit on the
Don't
plate.
get mad at him
And
for the way he does.
then
it.
you know what I do? I put it in the microwave after it's
Oh,
cooked
yeah,
for
I do.
10 seconds to warm up that syrup, and it just soaks it in there.
You are all over
How about these honey people that put honey on their pancakes?
Too much time.
I like honey, and I put honey on a lot of stuff, but not pancakes or waffles.
Yeah.
I'll put honey in my coffee this morning.
Really?
Yeah, have honey every day.
You know, Terry calls me honey.
Well, that's
Amanda
good to hear.
Amanda's never called me honey. It's usually babe.
I think Lisa just says, "Hey,
Is that what it is?
hey, come here."
Hey, no, I know what she calls you. When you got your rump on your shoulder.
Oh no, that's never.
Can we talk about your deal yesterday?
Well, I'm not promoting their product. But
No, well, you can just say.
Well,
you can just say.
my goodness, Greg, you
it's
ain't gonna
a-
be mad at me about it. I just asked.
Well, I mean,
I don't
That was
I
in
don't
your.
want to trash
we're-
them.
Speedy and I have both talked about what was in our world yesterday.
Well, I don't
We'd
want
kind
to
of like
trash
to know
nobody,
what.
but I don't want
say
to
'em.
promote nobody.
don't say it. Just say that you got.
I'm hung in between on this
the
one.
shelter. Just say that, But in a very serious subject here, especially with what's
knew you
gone
were
through
gonna go
Arkansas, Illinois, Kentucky, the
Yes.
deaths behind it, and all this kind of stuff. In our area, severe weather breaks out, and you never know.
And
And you-
last March, we had a tornado sit right in the back of the house,
that's right.
real
That's right.
close. And Lisa's always, she really scared of storms.
Mm-hmm.
And
for good reason.
You needed a safe. You needed a safe
Y'all had
place.
some
My
close
house,
calls.
when I built my house, I didn't do a basement because the ground's flat. And you dig a hole, you're going to deal with moisture for the rest of your life. So we don't have a basement to get in. And we got one of them storm shelters delivered.
Yeah.
And strapped down they bolt them down and anchor them and all that.
Go right into the foundation.
Through the concrete.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, withstand 250 mile an hour.
That's what
winds. Yeah.
Anyway, so we've been going through the process to get one of those, and yesterday it actually worked out and it showed up.
That happened. So now, because one thing that Span said when we had him on early in the week when it came to the tornado outbreak all through the states I talked about, he said some people did the right thing, but the foundation. I mean, their house is gone, and they were in the right place. It's just that the tornado was so powerful, but now y'all are.
I was
y'all
talking to these guys. I said, when like that big store, even though they're based out of this state, our state, I said to y'all. He said, you wouldn't believe the calls we get when that storm came through Kentucky.
Mm-hmm.
He said we've got. I mean, just
so did you get in it?
emails
It's comfy in there. What's the situation?
Comfy.
Well, I mean, you can make it comfy.
Well, I'm not doing.
You get your chair, put it in there.
Yeah, I could. I got to get me some lights.
Are you going to let Mr.
Why
Buddy
are you
use
so negative
I'm
about
not
it?
going to spend that. I mean, I'm not worried about being comfortable in there. I don't plan on being.
I want to be
in
able
there
to
that
sit down, though,
long.
Greg.
Well, you can.
Mr. Buddy would love to have you kind of make it nice for his doghouse in the garage.
You think he'd like sleep in there?
Yeah, no. Leave the door open. He could go in there and sleep.
People start getting on your nerves. It may be a new hideout.
Yeah. How many is it?
You'll hang out in there for a while.
It's 8.
8. That's good in case grandkids,
Now
everybody's
look,
over.
Look, it's 8, but
So does it?
you're going to be close.
Does
Right,
it come with
right.
like a bench seat type
This one
thing?
didn't.
You just get in there and stand.
There are some that do, I think.
Because if you think about it, and that's one thing they talked about, it doesn't last long. Normally, these tornadoes that are coming through, it's pretty quick. And
But
so
it's really nice.
I'm glad y'all. And Helmsy's
4 by
not laughing
I
at
went with a 4
tornadoes.
by
No, I
6.
just got an email that reminded me of something that you said about waffles one time.
Oh boy. No, it's 4 by 6 is what it is.
Okay, good. But it's finally handled because I know the drama behind waiting
It
on
took
it.
a minute, but yeah.
Everything's taking a
most
minute
things,
now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
everything in this world
Yeah.
is taking a minute if you're waiting on it.
Right.
But it's finally here, and I'm glad because it'll make Lisa feel a lot better, especially because we ordered it between the seasons, and it was
Yeah.
going to be perfect.
Right.
You know, but then we took a while to get it. Didn't realize that was going to happen. And now to be honest, the fall season really hadn't been that bad, but it just sounds like it's cranking up now.
Yeah.
Good
Now,
time.
You
Good
got
time to
closure
get
on it though. That's the
Yeah.
That's
the
right.
key.
Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please.
6 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Hello and welcome. A brand new hour has begun, and we are thankful that you are here as we roll this baby to the end of the year, and we decommission a broadcast plaza and teleport that has served us well. We start this hour with the national anthem. It is 8.5 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. So we roll through the 11th day of the 12 working days of Christmas. Gift number 11 will be given away today. Big year ender tomorrow. Broadcast Plaza and Teleport will be decommissioned, and its part in Rick and Bubba history concluded. You served us well, old girl. You're award-winning. You did more than we've ever done. So we'll discuss that on the program today. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, 80-Man Adler, all here. And something I haven't been able to say in 2 full days is sitting over here is a silver-tongued one. The man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year. The inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and a master at a King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, and associates.
Yeah. Remember this beauty?
The dandy.
Welcome back, Bubba. Cats
Glad to
are
be here.
back.
The cats are back.
The cats are back. am Santa Claus.
You about it.
By the way, I don't know why. It's just a coincidence that in the last 2 days, because we've been playing very, very wonderful, worshipful, and then cute, sweet songs. The last 2 days we've played, Father Christmas by the Kinks, which features Santa being beat up by a bunch of boys, and they rob him. And then today, I Am Santa Claus. So a little different touch to start the last couple of shows, but we want to cover it all.
Yeah, cover all aspects.
Yeah, right. So Bubba, how are you feeling, buddy?
Listen,
that's the question on everybody's mind.
I want to thank you and the guys, the audience, for bearing with me. It's my season of crud, and we're back. I feel a lot better today. Guarded. We'll put it under guarded.
Yep.
And maybe we can get through the 2 shows.
Funny story. Funny. As you all know, we have, how many years have we worked with Bob Carey?
A bunch.
Now, Bob Carey, if you're new to the show, he has been his company SSI has been syndicating this show and selling the national advertising for, like Bubba said, a long time.
It's been at least 15 years.
But he does not understand the Southern culture. We tried to help him because he lives in Connecticut and has worked for many years out of New York City. He's your standard New Yorker, Sicilian, as many of our Southern affiliates have said at times. Ricky's just not willing to compromise. And I said, well, Bob's very, very stubborn. This text comes out of nowhere yesterday. Comes out of nowhere. I looked down, I'm like, well, I got a text from Bob Carey. This is all it said. Apparently, I'm not familiar with the term crud. Is this a Southern thing? What is crud? He goes, I was talking with one of our Southern clients, and he's saying Bubba has crud. What is crud? I've never heard this term crud. And I sent back, and I said upper respiratory infection. And he sends back, my goal is to learn something every day. I guess today it's crud.
That's it.
Well, it's just hard to say upper respiratory infection if you're in a hurry, and especially if you're short of breath. So you just say, I have the crud. I don't know if you spell it with a C or a K.
Yeah, right.
I've been spelling it with a C.
Yeah.
There it is. So
he didn't know the term. He said, "What's wrong? Is this something serious? What is crud?"
I feel better. I'm guarded, but I will tell you, I still have a lot of junk going on in the lungs.
Crud.
So if I'm sitting here not talking and you hear strange noises,
okay.
Kind of like, in Scrooge when Bill Murray looks into the ghost of Christmas future and all them little faces are in there screaming, making noises.
Oh, I hate that, yeah.
Or maybe like a covey of quail are living in my lungs.
Yeah, I got you.
You may hear strange gurgling noises during the show.
Yeah.
So it's fine. I'm okay.
Right.
But you may hear that on these very sensitive professional microphones that we have here as radio announcers.
How many shots and meds have you been on?
Total?
Yeah,
since all this started?
Yeah, no telling.
3 shots, 2 different antibiotics.
You can't say antibiotics?
Well, I was trying to do it carefully.
Oh, okay.
Antibiotics.
Okay, right. Right.
I was trying to think and say that at the same time. Yeah. That was hard.
Yeah.
So it's been a lot. A couple of dose packs here, Z-pack there.
Mm-hmm.
They changed my antibiotic to more of a lung-based coverage as opposed to sinus now. So,
okay.
We're working our way down.
Yeah. All right. Have you got a productive cough?
The cough is I'm sore from coughing so much.
Yeah.
And I'd prefer not to cough.
Have you had any kind of fever or anything? Did you ever get any fever? Or anything?
One day for a few minutes,
Really?
low grade.
Yeah.
And it's gone.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, and you've been tested for everything under the sun.
I have been tested for COVID 4 times, 3 at home, 1 at the doctor's office.
Right.
I have been tested for flu, strep. We've had a culture done for sinuses and all that, which we haven't got back yet. We'll know about that.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I'm covered pretty much.
Right.
They just can't find anything other than, what they say? We got the crud.
You got the crud.
And I got one more comment.
Rick and Bubba.
Christmas. 21 minutes past the hour. Gift number 11, 12 working days of Christmas will happen today. Tomorrow, gift number 12 in the big year ender, and we say goodbye to the Broadcast Plaza and Teleport. We got best of shows for a couple of weeks, and then, Lord willing, January the 4th, we're all back together, and we're coming from a new studio, and we'll work on naming it and figuring out all the different ins and outs of that. Bubba's back today. Bubba, how's your nebulizer over there?
You know, glad to be back, Rick. Excited to be back today.
Yeah, and Bubba looks like he's vaping, but you have a nebulizer over there.
Yeah, getting a little breathing treatment here.
Yeah, so
Boy, they've come a long way with that technology.
Well, they have.
they have. Yeah.
You know, if that stuff tasted good, that would be better. But,
Should have invested in that company.
Good, man.
Should I
Give Greg a knock.
Yeah, can you share your nebulizer with everybody?
No, I don't think you will share mine.
Really?
Because I've been sick.
Right. Well, what if I just take some of the vapor without getting my mouth on that?
I don't know. I don't know how. all
Where
that
do you put
works.
your
Yeah.
medicine in? That little, is there a little?
Yeah, you pop that open. You just put some drops down.
Love
on this
it.
thing.
Yeah.
So I'm just enjoying the old nebulizer.
Yeah. So you've had a while.
Can you see the smoke?
Yes.
Y'all see the
Oh
smoke?
yeah, you can say it. Sure. Yeah. Getting your little pop off on
There
it.
you go. Give us a smoke ring.
I can't. It doesn't do a good ring coming out.
Well,
I don't know
think
how to
that's-
do that. I
we're
never
not supposed-
smoke, so I don't know how to do that.
Yeah, I
supposed
don't
to actually
know
go to your lungs.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, it stays in there. Hopefully.
Does it?
that's the goal.
Yeah.
Should
Well,
you
I'll
be
get
taking
back
deep
to
breaths?
Yes.
Yeah, some, but I don't want to cough too much, so I do some deep hold and then some a little,
Right.
little all of it. I do appreciate the medical folks. I know they've been.
Oh, of course, yeah.
Most people that went into medicine the last 2 years, they're probably rethinking that.
Yeah.
you know?
Right. Oh,
and,
no question.
So I appreciate them getting me in. And Rick, I saw it's a nurse practitioner yesterday, very sweet lady.
Yeah.
And but it scares you a little bit when they come in because you're not ready for all the protective gear they have to wear. And look, if I was them, I'd probably have a hazmat suit on, and they pretty much do.
I was about to say they pretty much do. Yeah.
I've seen people handle nuclear material, and I think they're wearing less than they're wearing in the doctor's office.
Yes.
now.
Yeah. Right.
I mean, they come in the glove, they got a mask, and then they got a shield and oxygen tank on the. I mean, it's crazy.
it really is.
I didn't know if it was a scuba diver or I
Right,
had
yeah.
the nurse practitioner coming in.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
So, but I don't blame them. I would be the same
Sure.
way. But it's just it's like a stormtrooper coming in when you're not expecting it.
No question.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's and you and our doctor has been moved to more of a, I guess what's his new title?
Rick, gosh, you're not gonna start.
Well,
that,
I'm just
are you?
saying that you get everything like you like it, and then
Yeah.
your doctor gets some sort of promotion where he's really becoming a suit now. Mm-hmm. He's going to become a corporate for him.
Rick, we're those people, and I'm not saying it's a good thing.
Right,
Okay,
right.
Please understand this before you start emailing. Where we form what we consider personal relationships with people.
Oh yeah,
And I underline we consider.
we consider it that.
okay?
They never see it the way we do.
And I know your dad is that way,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
mine because I get my doctor,
Right.
and he's my doctor.
That's right.
And I recommend him to people, and some of them go to him, but he's my doctor.
Right.
Just like I have, my this or my person that cuts hair. You get your
Oh,
guy
yeah,
or girl. your person.
Yeah, no question.
And-
I remember thinking, who are all these other people seeing my doctor?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, right.
It's like, what are y'all doing
their
here?
problem.
hey, what are y'all doing?
What y'all
here?
doing in here? You're kind of crowd me out.
But our doctor, who I've had great confidence in, he's seen me through several issues, is not seeing patients anymore. I don't know what you call that, but he's moved into more of a managerial position.
Yeah, he's kind of overseeing the whole operation of multiple doctors, and he's not going to be he's kind of like coach of the team now as opposed to being one of the players on the team.
But it is kind of funny because I was thinking about you go into
And I'm
medicine,
sure that's not the right analogy. And you wish I hadn't said that,
yeah.
but that's how I took
Yeah.
it.
Well, that's just our take on it. So
Right.
you go into medicine because you want to treat people and patients and you learn all that. But then if you end up getting promoted to a managerial position,
They call it a chief, by the way. Just in
they?
case y'all
no,
don't know.
I think this is even more
If you're over other doctors, you're chief physician.
right. But I think this
I
is
may be
like.
wrong. Maybe I used the wrong term then.
But I understand what you're saying, but I think this is even.
He's
maybe
not
a
even
step
doing that.
above.
He's even going to
Yeah.
be more of executive.
Here's the word. Here's the word I got, the verbatim. I was asking, hey, are Bubba and I out? Because I was
I thought maybe we make the cut because we made a cut once when he cut back patients.
Yeah, I thought that all of us here.
Then I felt sorry for telling so many people about him. Because I didn't. I mean,
well, this remember Sherry warned me about this.
Yeah, I know.
What
We've
happened?
done the same thing to our doctor.
Yeah,
this actually is going to impact me, and I don't like it. I'm going to be honest.
Yeah, I thought. I see when I got the letter from his practice.
See, I got it, but I didn't read it.
I looked at it, and Sherry got all. We got to change doctors. I said, no, not us. He's going to keep Rick and Bubba.
Were you at my house? That was the exact same conversation.
I said he's going to keep all us. Don't worry about that. And then I texted him, and this is what I got. Unfortunately, that's not the way you want to start. Yeah. My corporate side has become too busy to do the work at the clinic to the level that I must do it. So I'm not going to be able to keep anybody this time.
But, Rick, I got to thinking about something. So if you're a doctor and you're trained in medicine and symptoms and all that kind of stuff, and you get promoted and you go to a point where you're not a clinical doctor anymore, in other words, you're not seeing patients, you're more of a business person then.
Yeah.
And then, but that's a whole different kind of training, isn't it?
Well,
I mean, shouldn't you have business people doing that as opposed to with I'm just talking.
You know, back to what you said though, Hams. I'm not sure that you may not be accurate. I will be over all of our.
Watched a lot of Grey's Anatomy, Rick.
Hey, listen, I will be over all of our providers.
That's what's called. And here's where I've messed up because I knew because y'all's relationship with this particular doctor, I go to that particular practice.
I know,
but I went ahead and went a different route because I felt as I could befriend this guy, build a relationship with him. Now y'all are going to steal him from me.
Yep. What you're saying is you didn't like having us between you and the doctor, and now we're back.
See, I went to a different route because I knew there was no way I could have a relationship with your guy like I could have with this other guy. And now y'all are going to ruin
I was
that.
big man at the house the other night with Terry. I was like, no, he's still seeing us. And she's like, no, I don't think so. No, this letter says he's not seeing anybody. No, but he is us.
Let me finish this thought because I feel like I left it on a bad note.
Yeah.
I have a soft spot in my heart for, and you know this, for pastors and doctors because no one ever calls them to say, doing great.
Doing great.
Good point.
If you call, it's disaster.
Right, yeah.
You know, sick, and, you know, bless our doctor. Between all of us, he made a mistake and texted us, and we texted him back. And, you know, I know he'll regret that. But they never get any rest, Rick. Think about the days we're well. Other people are sick.
I know.
Every day it's just sick people, one right after another.
And back in our mindset, we think he's only dealing with us.
Yeah. So, you know, I'm glad for him.
I am too. And his family.
And it's funny because, you know, there's a lot of sick people and you know, people piling up everywhere. And I was texting him yesterday, and he's, you know, in a beautiful, warm place on the planet, nowhere close by.
The happiest person on the planet about his new position involving all of us is his wife.
Yep.
Yes. Oh, and I'm glad for him because he's a great guy.
And I'm glad for her because she's glad to see us go.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Merry Christmas. All right, so yesterday, gift number 10 was a Simply Safe security system. So that was kind of a big deal. And that one moved out, and Nancy Brown from up in Old Hickory, Tennessee, around Nashville, won that baby yesterday. $400 value. But right now, at simplysafebubba.com, you can get your own, and you can build this system and install it yourself, which saves you a lot of time, a lot of money, a lot of hassle. And you can be monitored 24/7 for about $15 a month. And we can take care of this. You can get Nancy got the show enough good one, but you can put together a system that really can be right around, a little over $100 and still get the job done, based on, what kind of property you need to protect. But bottom line is it's customized for the property that you're protecting. And there's somebody always there to help you 24/7, no matter what the problem may be. And we are going to take you to simplysafebubba.com, and we're going to get you 40% off. There you go. 40% off your new security system. So if there was ever a time and you didn't win yesterday and you still want a Simply Safe system, but you were waiting for an opportunity to save a little cash on it, no problem. SimplySafeBubba.com, we get you 40% off the new security system, so move on that now. That same link for 40% off is at rickandbubba.com, too, under the sponsors button. So, Bubba, you're back. You've been through all the stuff and all the medical stuff, and you and I, like I say, we're like little children that they've changed our doctor, and we don't know what to do, and we're a little. I'll tell you one thing: when our doctor finally got rid of us, let me tell you what he's told one of his associates. Don't give them your cell phone now.
That's right.
Hey, whatever you do not give them your cell phone. He said, I ruled the day that I text them. I wish I'd have never done it. They made a contact of my cell phone so fast. And
Rick, I got to thinking in the break.
Right.
You probably hit it dead on right on the head.
Yeah.
That our doctor's wife is probably the happiest woman.
No,
you talking about Christmas for her right now?
Can I tell you something? I'm going to be completely transparent here, probably more than I should be.
Right.
Okay?
Right. And it'll blow back on us, but that's fine.
I know that she was so tired of us and me especially, and this is a terrible thing to say. If our doctor doesn't get gravely ill and get in trouble with COVID, and we did the vigil for him on the air, we don't do that. She's done with it. I mean, she was ready to be done. That turned it around for us with her, and she started liking us again. Yeah, and because she was thankful that we all prayed together, and her husband, came out of the issue. So that bought us. Like there were times I could. He didn't think I could hear, but I could hear her in the passenger side driving through some beautiful mountain town.
Right.
And I would be on the phone with him, going, "Now, hey, look, can you call me something in? Right. All this kind of stuff." And I could hear her off on the side. Now he tried to make sure I couldn't hear what she was saying. Things like, "Why hang up? Do not take that call." No, I'm just kidding. Yeah. But anyway, I know,
Rick. I'll tell you.
I know
this.
I know because it would. I mean, it would get on
first-hand information.
It would get on Sherry's nerves.
Yeah.
Okay?
First-hand information. He told me directly. Mm-hmm. He said, Rick has an amazing ability to call me as I'm boarding an airplane going somewhere.
Can I tell you this? I think...
And we all know that's a real smooth and relaxing thing.
No, here's what I think. I think there was something... how we get...
sensed he was leaving town.
We get connected to people.
Right.
I think when he would go on vacation, it would trigger me getting sick.
Right.
It would trigger it. If not me, somebody
you felt him leaving.
Yeah, I felt him leaving, and I didn't like the feeling of it. So I clung to him, and suddenly my body would say, "You're sick. Your doctor's leaving." Because I'm telling you, if he'd go on vacation, of course, doctors go a lot. When he would go, when he would go on vacation, I would get sick, or somebody in the house would get sick every time. So who knows what this is going to do to me?
See, and I think that's part of why everything seems kind of weird right now because we got too many. Yeah. And I know this, okay, and the only thing constant in the universe is change,
right?
In the physical world,
right?
But we're creatures of habit, and we don't. Some people don't like change as much as others, and I probably hate it more than anybody,
right?
Because I'm a creature of habit,
right?
And we've just got a lot of change all happening. I mean, if it was systematically, but it's all happening at one time, and I think my body can't take it.
I'll go as far as to say I think our society right now, and of course we're part of that society. If you don't like change, this is not your time to be alive. I mean, the way we do everything is everything's changing.
Yeah.
And not all for the better, and some things for the better. But I mean, if you don't like change, this is not your time to be alive. Because, like you said, there's so much changing at the same time. Usually, one thing changes, but everything else stays the same.
Yeah,
Right now, it looks like everywhere to where you turn, it's almost like you're in one of those fun houses.
Yeah,
and all those weird mirrors everywhere.
Yeah, that's it.
I mean,
Yeah.
Everywhere you look, something's not the way it's supposed to. It looks distorted.
And it's bothering me. It's like you take a cat to see Christmas lights. They just don't like it.
Right? No, they
Don't.
They
A
don't.
dog will look at them and love it.
Yeah.
Cats don't like it because their internal, mechanisms are different.
And I'm as quirky and weird.
Trust me on that. Cats don't like to go see Christmas lights.
Yeah, you and Sherry, you and Sherry know this more than anybody. I'm an extremely quirky person. Just like I told the story yesterday.
I've seen a little bit of that.
Well, the story I told yesterday when the guys were laughing when Sherry says it's odd when you pick things to be socially awkward. The things you don't think are socially awkward and the things that bother you that you're not really willing to do is really weird. If you're willing to do some of the things you do, I don't know why you want to simply do this. This doesn't even make sense. This is where you draw the line. Right. This bothers you. Going to the next door neighbor and asking if our guest can park in his driveway. That's too awkward for you. Look at all the stuff you do that you don't think's awkward. And I said, I know it's not consistent, but something about that bothers me. But anyway, so I don't like things to be busy. I like order. And I like efficiency, and I like to work. And right now, the whole world to me looks busy. It's like somebody has laid down one big word search and says, "Try to find these words." Yeah. And I hate word search, and I hate puzzles, and I feel like the whole world is a puzzle right now. And there's pieces just laying on the table, and they're asking me to come over and find the pieces and put them together.
Yeah,
and
that's how I feel.
And I hate that. So what I have to do when all else fails, I just run to the farm. And when I go there, I find solace.
Yeah.
Sorry, buddy.
More change.
More change. Sorry, I brought up another category of change in Bubba's life. In my life, I don't have any change right there, but I'm feeling surely I will at some point. I do have a fence project that will never end, and every time I see the fence stop and not continue,
can I just come and look at the fence project? See, I think if I just went and saw trees, that'd be better.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Sure. Well, you saw me yesterday when there was a point I'm thinking he's not going to make it back.
Right.
And I just started saying things like, "Do you want me to take you to the farm?" Something.
Right.
You got to have a win in here somewhere. You know how you just got to have a win.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Baby steps. Right. It's how you turn it, man.
Sure.
Little baby steps.
So anyway, so we got a lot of change going on. We're moving. Everything's upside down. By the way, one thing I want to ask you guys, and I know the answer to this is no, because I'm in the same boat. Are we willing to dust more when we go to the new place?
We actually, Rick, you're going to love
because
this.
these desks, after we've taken everything off of them, they are covered in dust.
Speedy,
no wonder we're hacking and snorting all the time.
Speedy 6 days ahead of everybody else.
Problem.
Speedy reached out to me a few days ago and said, "Hey, any chance you got one of those Swiffer things at your house?
Right.
I'm removing things, and we got just a cloud of dust everywhere." So I brought it up here, and we've kind of done that, but to your point, we're going to do this moving
we
forward.
got to.
We're going to buy us a Swiffer. We're going to have a Swiffer.
All right, let me ask you a question.
In the studio.
Because
We will for a while, and
That
we'll get
sounds
lazy.
good.
We will. Y'all won't.
No.
No,
This is Speedy and Helms written all over it.
I
Maybe
used to-
Adler.
No, every now and then I clean my desk off. It looks like y'all think I'm leaving. Remember?
But you've never dusted it, have you?
Yeah,
Oh,
twice.
yeah.
That top
Yeah.
thing, not that top thing.
Not the top thing.
Hey, I think
What'd you
it's full
say?
of dust.
I think it was twice in 15 years.
But I used to clean this board with an electrostatic brush, and
That was
after a
once.
while you do it, and then you go,
Right.
it gets away from you.
Well,
How many
obviously
people
it's been a
actually-
minute.
How many people actually
that's-
have that kind of brush? Think
Oh,
about
yeah.
that.
Hey, I'm gonna show you something.
They're in most vacuum
Go get the
cleaners.
Swiffer, Speedy. I like our Swiffer.
This is from dusting where we got the CDs over there.
Yeah.
And this right here, look at that.
Oh my wife lives for the Swiffer.
Oh,
dust.
we got every version.
That's a good
We got
product.
wet jet. We got it.
We
all.
got every kind of Swiffer dust.
I had to
good
get a
product
new
right
wet
there,
jet
man.
the other day.
Do you have to go constantly pick up Swiffer replacements?
This
Oh,
was already
yeah.
on
Me
too.
everything. This
Me
was
too.
already
Swiffer's
on
a big
stuff
part of our
around you.
house.
But what I want to say is
You ever
this:
work it?
Yeah.
if you're going to continue to keep your desk and your office dusted, I will tell you this, and I'm talking to me because I was a big offender on this. you can't put the amount of clutter on top
No,
of it that I have
no,
because you'll never be able to dust
Right.
it. The reason why my top has never been dusted is because there's no room.
I'd knock everything over.
Every space up there had a bobblehead or some sort of
Yeah, which Greg hated.
some kind of something. And so when you get up, there's no way to dust that. You'd have to.
Right.
How long it'd take you to get everything off of it and dust it and put everything back?
We do have to dust better.
So you're gonna have to keep your desk a little more simplistic.
That's one of our 2022 goals.
Yeah.
Dusting better.
22 goals?
2022 goals.
Oh, I thought you had
No,
22.
we
I
don't have
wrote down.
22 goals.
And it won't
I'm going-
last,
I might,
but
Rick,
it'll
you
come
might.
out.
I don't know that I can do it, but I'm going to attempt to shock y'all with my new office.
Bubba.
Bubba, I'm thinking
I'm gonna
the same thing
attempt
about
to
Why
shock
don't you
y'all.
start with shocking us with your old office?
Yeah,
first?
you got a lot of shocking left to do.
I'm closing it out today.
Hey, today he's gonna be ready to move.
Today?
I'm gonna start with them books.
Yeah.
Bubba, can I just tell you something? Why even have books in your office?
That's
Okay, I got it. We'll update it. I didn't buy any of them.
I know.
Yeah, we get
They
booked.
just land
They
there.
need you got to you just you know you got to have.
I'm not a publisher. I don't need that.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Gift number 11 happening today. And then there were 2 gifts. And it's the drone or the Bumper Nets Game Room Package. The drone, $600. The Bumper Nets Game Room Package, 2,500 big ones. So there you go. $2,500. All right, so still to come on the program, Auburn coach Coach Harsin will be with us. We're talking about the Birmingham Bowl. The Birmingham Bowl has a brand new stadium. Not that it needed one. But anyway, so we'll tell you about.
We're all just shocked to not see Pittsburgh.
Can you believe bowl season starts tomorrow?
I can.
There's games tomorrow.
I can
and
believe
tons
that.
Saturday. UAB plays BYU Saturday, so that'll be it's like a 2:30 kick on ABC.
And you know, I know how Rick feels about bowl games. If it's not the playoffs, it's not as important. I'm different. This is one place where we are different.
Yeah.
I enjoy watching meaningless bowl games because I know that there's about to be a football drought. And I'm almost like a camel that's soaking up water in an oasis because I know it's going to be a long time until we have kickoffs in August again.
Right, yeah.
So I'm like, I want to see everybody. And, you know, too, and you do get to see some teams you normally are not in your normal viewing pattern, you know, especially some of them out west I never get to see, you know. Because I was thinking, I wonder what the Air Force is doing. You know,
right? Yeah.
And so you know, you get to see that. So we're a little different in that, but
yeah,
you know,
and I know you were going. I think what you meant is that you don't watch because it is a fact that they're not as important. That's factual. But you're saying you still desire to watch it even though it's not as important.
Yeah, it's like it's like watching a play. It may not be Cats or the Broadway top thing, but I'll see it off. I'll see off Broadway. Well, you know, that was the last one I remember everybody had to have.
Oh yeah.
And I
Hamilton.
Well, I haven't seen that. I haven't. Well, I haven't been to New York in a while.
No.
But you know,
Probably won't.
How about this? You don't want to go there now.
Probably won't.
There's people leaving New York because it's turned into a dumpster fire.
I have caught
some of the
myself
other-
watching some of these bowls.
And communism, great.
So you're with me on that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not. If I sit down, I will say this: I have looked at a meaningless bowl before and got into it, and it'd be a really good game. And I don't care who wins it all.
Here's where I've gotten in on games.
Now, I'm not gonna watch them all, but I will watch a good many.
But no, here's where I've gotten on games, and this is not a statement. Like I say, there's one thing to be a way; it's another way to say, well, everybody ought to be like this. This is why I am, and if you're not this way, you're stupid. So I'm not that.
To each his own.
I just can't help the way I feel about it.
And that's okay.
I'm not trying to make some statement, but what I'm saying
not
is,
trying to sell it.
But what I'm trying to do now is look as I scan around. No, this is what I do. I scan around and like I'll look at a meaningless game and I'll go, too much time left. And then all of a sudden, and then if I find one that like there's 4 minutes to left and the team's driving trying to win, I go, okay,
Yeah.
you know. So I've become red zone.
Yeah.
With every football game there is.
That's kind of more.
Yeah, like and
Well, this is how I do it. I'll be
I'm
like,
kind of in that.
right. Like, oh, this looks interesting.
Wait a minute.
Rick, this is how I am. I'll be
3
like,
minutes left.
I'll be like coming through the den.
Yeah.
Hey, there's a ball game on.
Right.
It's almost lunch. Let's eat and watch a game.
Right. Yeah.
You know, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I'm sure.
I don't know why I like watching games while I'm eating.
And I find myself just
Why
kind
is
of what's different about me now that I just don't have anymore. And I mean, I don't know why, but I just don't have that. I love the sport of football so much. I'm willing to watch any football game. Some people are like that, and I'm glad. I wish I could be more like that because you know what? You've always got something to watch.
Yeah.
But I just don't. I'm just not interested in it that much. And so, but now if I see like I said, 4 minutes to go and somebody's driving and they need to win, no matter who it is, I'll see how this goes.
So I'm kind of that way, like with the Christmas tree too.
Yeah.
Like you know, I always want to sit and look at the lights, and I do, but I don't do it enough.
Right.
And I'll get down to like Christmas Eve, and I'll think, I ain't looked at the lights enough.
Time's running out.
And Betty's going to take it down.
Right. Yeah.
So I'll just make myself sit down and look.
I totally get that concept. I agree with that. I totally get that.
I call it the Campbell of Christmas.
Right. And so it's that time coming up. And for those of you, though, honestly, if you have never been to the Birmingham Bowl, the new setup
it's unbelievable.
There's a lot of jokes that we used to do about it, but I'm telling you what they got going right now.
It's nice.
It's a much better setup. I mean, the whole experience,
Just
all
everything.
around it,
Everything around it. You know.
Everything.
It doesn't have that feeling anymore.
Right.
Of why are we still in this stadium over here? and you have to be afraid to talk about it.
Yeah.
Legion Field, man, that's great, historic. And deep down, deep down, everybody's going dump, overdone. Why are we still here?
Right.
So now we don't have to pretend to be enthusiastic about the setup because it really is a very, very nice
It's really something to be proud of for the city
It
of
really
Birmingham.
is. It really,
it's a
truly
great entertainment just experience with uptown there. There's food around. You can walk around, do whatever you want to do. And there's not a bad seat in the house either. And you know how we are. We're very sensitive with sound systems and everything. This one,
really good.
This one will hit
It's
you.
all
right
new.
Oh yeah.
Oh, they even blink the lights if you're into that.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, anybody score?
I am into
Here
that,
it
by the way.
comes.
Greg and I are not blink the
love
lights guys.
Well, it kept fooling me. I thought that we had an open neutral somewhere and we had a power problem.
Yeah.
Right.
Then I thought, no, Greg is supposed to be doing that.
Yeah. If I could have somehow gotten in the way of the first team that did that, I would have stopped it. and said,
You don't
It's
like
confusing on
psychedelic light
TV.
shows?
I do not like it.
It's really confusing on TV. Somebody scores, all of a sudden it's dark, and you're like, wait a minute.
Well, that's
what's
it.
going on?
Because I watch, now 100% of the games I watch on TV.
Yeah.
Because if I can avoid attending a game, I will. But it's like I'm watching on TV. I want to watch the person that just made a play. I want to see them get back. I want to see them talking to their teammates. I want to see, and now they keep cutting the lights off, and you're trying to watch it, and the way it looks visually on TV is I hate it.
Yeah.
It's just.
Well, you know what? But you like going to concerts where they have big productions.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, see, the
Well, that's
football
different.
stadium's got a big production. I just don't like that element.
Right.
I mean, if you've seen what they do on the big screens, I love all that.
Oh, the big screen stuff. Is
I just don't like the flipping the lights on and off.
Yeah.
I hate that.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's matter of fact, I was always told as a kid not to do that.
You're right. You blow the bulb.
Right. Yeah. It doesn't feel right. I feel like something's happening.
I know.
Oh, they're fitting to go completely black.
What's going on?
To me,
And
I
you,
would
or
be,
you go, gosh, come back on. Oh, there it is.
no. See, I see,
It's
and I
operating.
and I think our
Fitting lock out.
and I think our placement of it's wrong. It looks like something you should do if you're upset with the team and want them to be all fired.
Rick, you're right.
It almost looks like more like a protest than a celebration. We are mad. We'll cut the dang lights off. Y'all keep playing like
Our
that.
team is playing horrible. Cut the lights
You
off.
play like that. Shut the lights off. Yeah, so it's and of course, and then the thing, there's no sincerity in it, which I hate because we're all a bunch of sheeple. I have to do it because other teams do it now. I didn't decide I liked it. I just feel like that's what I have to do.
That's a recruiting
Well, you want to know
tool is
why?
what
Because
that
the
is.
kids love it. The
Yeah.
players love it. So you
that
got you better keep up with
that's-
everything.
When you're playing that music and lights are going nuts, that's a
yeah.
recruiting tool.
Yeah, especially
yeah.
after a
That's all
grand
that
slam.
is.
I'm just saying we had plenty.
Yeah.
I don't like that thing. You know it. And that's all right. It goes
Yeah.
back to what I said.
Yeah.
I'm not going to be pressured to like it, and I won't pressure you not to like it.
Yeah.
You know it?
That's right.
You're right. I'm not going to pretend to like it when I really don't. All right, top of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 7 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, and welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, what a pleasure it is to be back in seat number 2 here, going on 28 years.
Yeah, it's, let me tell you, how about...
Now, not the whole time. I go home at night.
Right.
On weekends, but,
Right.
You know what I mean.
Yeah, I do. Glad you're back. Glad you're feeling a little bit better. And, hopefully we can send you into the end of the year vacation this year and not be sick.
Yeah, well, me too.
Yeah.
I'm so glad to be. I feel so much better being here. And we all, look, we're part of the team, and we love the team, and when you're not here, you're out of place, and it doesn't feel right.
Yeah,
glad to be home, Rick.
Let me tell you that whole deal, like being.
If I had breakfast, I'd really feel home.
Yeah,
You're getting close, pal.
Let me tell you
And
this.
I can see it out there.
Hey, and look, you look like you're about to dry up and blow away.
I know it. A lot of people have been worried about that.
They have. Somebody asked, "Is Bubba still? Is he lost his appetite?" And I said, "No, I can't speak to that. We haven't talked about it."
The appetite has survived mysteriously.
Yeah.
It worked through COVID, everything.
You know what?
A year ago.
You may have one of the strongest appetites I've ever seen.
Yeah. If I could just turn that thing in a positive way.
Right. Yeah. Golly.
I know. That's my goal, is to find more positive ways to use my talent.
Has everybody ever asked you that question on a medical questionnaire? How's your appetite? And you said, no, it's not really good right now.
I'm not hungry
in
right
your
now.
entire life.
No, I'm usually eating something while I'm filling it out.
Right. Like when you got your stomach pumped on Thanksgiving.
Well, that was just too much.
Right. But I mean, were you immediately hungry again?
Probably ate breakfast the next day. You know why? I was empty.
So, we're glad you're back, Bubba. And
Rick, I'm so glad
breakfast
to
is
be
on
back.
the
And
way.
thank y'all for covering, and the audience for being so understanding. Thank you.
Can I tell you this? And you missed it because you weren't here. I actually went over to where the new studio is going to be and dropped something off, and I went out and did reconnaissance on what's the eating situation.
Yeah, I heard that. I've been watching the show.
Pretty
Yeah.
positive.
I missed the sumo wrestling because of my doctor's appointment,
Boy,
but I watched
wow.
the video last night.
Can I tell you this? Like I
I
said,
was kind of shocked Adler won, but
yeah,
He's jiu-jitsu expert.
he's jiu-jitsu. Yeah, Greg.
I thought you had him. And the
I
third
wasn't
one, you
thinking
had
right.
him.
Well,
You had him.
I was trying to drag him across, but if
Yeah.
you do that, you break.
Yeah,
his
you're
second.
out.
I don't know
Yeah.
the sumo rules.
Yeah.
And he gave me a hip toss. That was good.
Yeah,
Yeah,
good.
it was.
Well, yeah, and you did get one form tackle in.
Well,
which
that's
is
all
awesome.
I wanted. I just wanted to pancake him one time.
That was good.
I was tired after
And
that.
then he couldn't get up.
You're right.
That's funny.
Well, what I was going to say, and I've already talked about this, and you watched, so you may have heard. The only thing we're really losing on eating, and I don't see you do this a lot anyway, because of the choices, but there's not really. We don't have any more. I can just go out the door and walk to a restaurant.
Right.
But as far as the things that are available, even just down the hill, it's good.
Oh, yeah.
They're-
I
they're-
know. I know.
You know that area
That's
really
my
well.
area.
Yeah, you know that area really well.
Yeah. I mean, and it helps me get over, my biggest fear, being trapped.
Right.
in
Yeah.
that stadium.
One of
Yeah.
the biggest issues I see for us, because what a healthy eater you are,
Right.
is
And
when,
my commitment to greens.
is when we do eat here.
I love broccoli.
Shocking. We do eat here. We haven't done this for a long time, but in modern history of Rick and Bubba, we actually eat a pretty healthy breakfast. I don't see a lot of opportunities for that. You can eat an outstanding breakfast, but not a lot of healthy choices.
I even eat a healthy breakfast.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. You won't really have that opportunity over there.
Ketchup out?
There's one of these.
I don't eat ketchup. I
No,
ain't eat ketchup on
Bubba,
a
let's
long
just
time.
we do need to rephrase that. You have one portion of the morning that is healthy, and it's very tight window.
Yeah.
And but all that
there are
comes with
other
it.
things that you grab and it's
That's
not
fine.
healthy.
Sometimes
That's part
I-
of breakfast.
Yeah, I did eat a few Pop-Tarts last week.
While waiting on breakfast.
Right.
Yeah, well, we had to get rid of it. It was more of a clear.
That's true.
Oh, okay.
Now, his office, he ain't gonna touch it.
I
but
do
he's
think
gonna
they've been
clean
back
it.
there since
So you were doing
2018.
us a favor.
They were a little
thank
old.
you, sir.
Yeah.
I just
I don't
want
know
to
how long
serve
they
y'all.
last.
Be a leader.
Right.
Servant's heart.
The aluminum foil pack makes you feel like they last a good while.
Yeah, they do.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, but
They'll last forever.
Oh, they'll last forever. But what I'm saying is, there is, by the way, the one that we're going to put out of business. There is one of those. Now it's a little further away, not real convenient at all, like it is here. Like there's no way you could order it like we're doing now.
Yeah.
And
Everybody's
go
just
get
like,
it.
bring their breakfast.
Yeah, just start bringing their own.
I mean, we would lose you if you went over there again to the other location. You'd lose whoever went for about almost probably 3 segments.
And look, I know when you're sitting at home listening to the show, and you may be new to the show, you may be a 28-year listener or whatever. I know it seems like we're talking about this move a lot.
Mm-hmm.
I realize that.
Well, yeah.
And it really doesn't affect the audience that much, but it affects us a lot. And that's why it's been so much on the forefront of our mind.
Well, for 28 years, if anything is on our minds, we talk about it.
Yeah,
Right, you know,
and
so-
it is.
Yeah.
And this is a big change, back to the changes again.
Yeah, but it's for you listening on the air. Once everything finally work out all the kinks,
Yeah.
you'll be fine. Now, like Helmsy said, some things that there's nothing we can do about, and I've gotten is the TuneIn app. It's possible we have one.
I have one solution that we may be able to pull
may-
off, but I'm not making that promise.
There's
today.
going to be a transition on the TuneIn app where you may go half a day.
No, it won't even be that. It'll be worst case. It'll be however long it takes me to get to the new studio plug up we currently have in there. So like an hour and a half, 2 hours.
Okay, all right, but
That's worst case.
yeah.
I mean,
so you're going to have some dead air on the TuneIn app for a couple of hours one day. And if everything works the way, and that's a big if.
It is.
If everything works the way it's supposed to, for you just listening, and it will be pretty seamless. If you're watching, you'll have a whole new visual look, so that's kind of cool. And unless you hate
The beige bomber.
Yeah, the beige bomber. We got to come up with some of the names. That's pretty good, by the way. A name like that's got a little bit of a funny to it is also, like we used to call the veterinarian office and all that kind of
Yes.
stuff. So,
Well, there's a lot of subtitles here.
of course, I need to go check that color to be sure you've got the color right.
Yeah, well, that's what I was
right.
talking.
Because you can't, if you're going to add color to the name, don't let the colorblind guy do it.
Yeah, that's
You know,
that's
so-
a good-
we
good
do
idea.
That's something we would do.
Oh, no, you're right. It really is something we would do.
Tell us what color that is,
Greg,
Bubba.
you realize when the show first started, when Bubba first joined the show, and he's gotten a lot better on reading things on the air. But when he first started, we
Y'all think I'm bad now?
hey, we assigned him though, Greg. But we gave him every single news story. He would read every
It
news
was
story.
Clutter and John, man. Come on.
Right,
Exactly.
that kind of stuff. So it is our nature.
Don't forget about our Olympic reporter.
Oh
that
yeah.
we had here.
Well, it is our nature to take everybody on the team and put them in the position they shouldn't be.
Exactly. The most uncomfortable position that they can be in.
Right.
Let's let them do that.
Oh, Bubba, look at that.
Make it happen.
Yeah.
My new best friend out there.
Oh, buddy.
Yeah, maybe they'll go with us. But
Yeah.
it might be a good time to revisit Larry and Mark, or a new version of them. People who just cook for us outside in the park.
Bring that big trailer up.
Right.
Of course, maybe not coyotes, but yeah.
But one thing we've had fun with, and I heard you guys talking about in the kickoff hour, is like for you and me earlier today, there's an unsuspecting doctor that's about to inherit us.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And his life or her life, whatever it turns out, is going to be drastically changed. Okay.
Their Hippocratic oath, am I saying that right?
Yeah, right.
Something like
right.
that, is going to be pressed to the very limits.
Yeah, because Bubba and I, our doctor's been promoted, and now we're being moved to another doctor. And this person thinks that it might be fun, but it's not going to be.
Should we break up and not put all that pressure on one person?
Well, in the past, that's the way we did things. That's why we don't go to church. together.
Right.
And,
Because
yeah.
You see what's happened to so many. We don't need that happening
Right,
to
right.
the house of
Now, I
worship.
wasn't prepared that you would drift like you have on some of the theology, but anyway, I've noticed that's been a winner, so I'm okay. Yeah, but anyway, so
Because you know it causes grief.
I know, but what I'm saying is yeah, you're right, but there's a whole corporate.
You know how many times Mark Garnett said, "Let's have lunch."
Yeah, right.
You know,
So over here, there's a corporate building that houses many corporate businesses and things.
we don't know what any of
Organizations,
them are,
no.
though, do we?
And we're coming.
Yeah,
hey,
Yeah, so-
hey, listen.
Well, tell me in the break.
Hey, the Clampetts are coming to town.
Yeah.
There's a new,
listen,
there's
we got
story
all
about a
kinds of
man named
industry.
Jared.
hey, there's
We
a
got
new
all
family.
kinds of industry. We've
Captains
got,
of industry.
Everybody's very
got-
quiet and professional there.
Captains
and
of
we're
industry.
huh?
Are
All
they captains
kinds.
of
Oh, they
industry?
are.
Yeah.
They are. We got software companies. We got plumbing companies.
They have no idea.
We
Trucking.
got transportation companies.
Really?
How about,
Yes.
I say right there, them nice glass doors, that big pretty foyer. Get the sumo stuff back out and let's have a wrestling match
I
right there.
agree.
Day
Oh,
one.
I
yeah.
agree.
Day one.
Because listen,
Love it.
over
Let's
here,
say we're here.
see here,
Anybody
those
want to take on the champ?
of you that don't know, here we're in a retail setup for the most part, with a few exceptions. So they really think they're worth the trouble because they bring people here.
Yeah.
over here where we're going, they don't want people.
No, they would like us
I
not
mean,
to bring
They,
people.
they don't. That's not. These are not retail outlets we're headed to.
That's a good point.
They like to go to work and run their business quietly in their cubicles.
I didn't think about that.
Yeah, and here we come.
And I think based
Give it
off
2 years.
well, based off conversations we've had with some of the tenants, they're excited now, but I think it's false hope. They don't really know what they're getting into.
They don't know what they're getting into.
Let that camel come down the hall the first day.
Right.
Yep.
Us taking their parking spots alone's going to make them mad.
Yes.
Wait till we're taking the transmission out of a big truck out there in the parking lot.
Drive shaft.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
22 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. Some things you need to know as we're now lining up phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We're doing a phone troll now, so let me tell you what we are not doing. We're not giving away a gift right now. So if you hear the phone troll music, you know what you know. If I'm calling to find out about the 12 working days of Christmas, I shouldn't be calling because that's not what's going to happen. But if you're calling right now and you would like to talk to us, now that we would like. We'd love for you to come in. 866-WE-BE-BIG. You can make a comment. You can ask a question. You can bring information to the table, not designed for meaningless shout-outs or shameless plugs. Everything else is in play. And with the old buzzer, we'll move through these pretty quickly and try to get a bunch of you in. Some things you need to know. Yesterday's Wednesday Bible study is now archived and available for you. We finished the book of 1 Corinthians with the powerful chapter 16. Some very interesting things that we took away from that yesterday. If you haven't watched it or listened to it, it's there. The Bible study goes on hiatus now for a couple of weeks. We'll start back from a new location on January the 5th, and we'll start a brand new series and walk through the book of Genesis, which will probably take at least a year, maybe more. So that'll start, but there'll be no new Bible studies for the next couple of weeks. There also will be no new Rick and Bubba Universities, the podcast. That is also on hiatus till we get back after vacation. So there won't be a new one of those this weekend either, but a great time on both of these to go back and watch archives and listen to archives that you may have missed on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. I think we have 105 episodes. And then, of course, we have Bible studies, 8 years worth out there. So the time to do that while you're taking some time off as well. Let's start with Drew out of the great state of Georgia. Drew, you got 30 seconds. Go right ahead.
Yeah, we watch you guys on YouTube.
Thank you.
And we're glad to see Bubba back. I know you said he was sick, but we were afraid he was in the transfer portal.
Yeah. Well, for all we know, Bubba said he was sick. Was he out there kicking the tires on the transfer portal? Kind of explains a weird email I got from John Boy and Billy, but
that's funny.
So
yeah, who ain't in the transfer portal right now?
Well, and people have said it, and they're 100% right, and we knew this was going to happen. The transfer portal is nothing but college free agency. That's what it is.
Rick, without salary caps,
right?
Because of NIL.
Yeah, the NIL game. We can now intrigue you. We have the story. We'll do the kickoff hour's already done it. Deion Sanders has landed one of the most sought after.
Number one prospect in the country,
right,
to Jackson State.
You don't think that has anything to do with an NIL deal?
Yeah, about 1.5. I heard. I don't know.
Correct. Texas is saying if you'll be an offensive lineman for them, it's a $50,000 NIL for being an offensive lineman.
Look, the rule is there. You better use it before they change it.
Yep.
And that's going to be the standard. And Rick, in the pros, you have salary caps. See, this does not have one right now. So eventually, you're going to see, and I will say there'll be an NIL salary cap per team at some point,
and it'll be real easy to monitor that.
Yes.
Let's go to Greg. Am I okay on 2 now? I mean, how much do you want? Is 2 okay now? Okay, all right. Let's go to Billy Bob. Billy Bob, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
What's going on, guys?
Good,
buddy.
Good.
I listen to the iHeartRadio app. Is that going to be any effect with like the tune in? Is that going to be the same deal? Or
No.
We good on the iHeart?
No, because iHeart is simply streaming the one of our radio affiliates, so that won't be affected.
10-4. Appreciate it, guys.
Thank you, buddy. Yeah, you'll be fine there. Let's go to Todd in Birmingham. 104.7 WZZK. Yeah, Todd.
Hey guys.
Hey, buddy.
Morning. Hey, love the show.
Thank you.
I've heard all the reasons that I've heard all the things that you are moving, but I guess somewhere along the line I missed why you're moving.
Yeah, what happened was, Bubba and I, Rick and Bubba Incorporated owns the show, and then broadcast companies pay for the rights to the show. And then when they do, we become, if it's here in Birmingham, our home market, we're now partners going forward in syndication and everything. And so at the end of this last contract, this is a studio that was provided for us at no cost to us in the last contract. And we got down to the end of this contract, and
technically we leased it, Rick, for a small amount.
We whatever. But the bottom line is the company that we re-signed with for the next 3 years already had space that they were paying for, and they said, hey, if all the equipment here needs to be replaced, because it is all outdated. If we're going to have to do all that, let's just start at a new place as opposed to having two places. We'll still have our own space and everything, but it really was just part of a new contract negotiation. And sometimes when we're negotiating a contract, you pick and choose, where you want to have expenses and where you don't. And so it was just a better deal for us and them for us to move to a new space.
Will you still have the seats?
Yes, the golden ticket seats will still be there. Yeah, we're going to be putting those in. So we'll start that back up because we got to get there and kind of see how it all feels and how it operates. So we'll start that up sometime in the first quarter of next year.
Yeah, and we
won't be doing it right out of the gate because we got to figure out how everything works.
And we didn't want to start it and have to shut it down again. We've been through that before with the COVID deal, and hopefully that's not going to be an issue, but heck, none of us know. So we'll see how the winter goes.
Well, and COVID's not the only issue. We literally have to get over there. We were talking about this, Bubba, when you were sick. We've got to get over there and say, all right, somebody in the golden ticket seats needs to go to the bathroom. So we do what? The golden ticket seats have gotten here in the parking lot. Where do they come in? We got to get over there and see how it all works, and so that when you do get here, we're not making it up as we go. You come in, we go, okay, we know how we handle every golden ticket seat situation that we could be presented with, and that's going to take us a month or so to figure all that out. So we'll start it back, and then of course the pandemic will certainly dictate how it goes when we start back. But we also got some pretty practical things we got to do, and that's figure out what to do with you when you come in, because we know how this space operates. We really don't know how that space operates, and we got to figure that out. But we will. We have adapted many times in the past.
Yeah. We will overcome.
We always adapt. All right, we'll come back. We'll take some more of your phone calls. We didn't get a whole lot of those in. So we'll take a few more coming back. Some of you will spawn some stories we're going to cover anyway. So more of the Rick and Bubba Show. Bottom of the hour coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba show as we make our way back. We'll take your phone calls coming in now. And gift number 11 of the 12 working days of Christmas could happen at any time on the program today. Let's go to Andrew out of Fort Payne, Alabama. Andrew, welcome to the Rick and Bubba show. How are you?
Hey, guys. Good morning. How are y'all?
Fantastic.
Hey, I got a question for you guys. What do you think about Urban Meyer being fired after his first season in the NFL?
I would have fired him too.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think
13 games in.
I think you have to look at the writing on the wall and you think to yourself, this guy's caused us all kinds of embarrassment. He's been difficult, and you know what? He's not winning. If you're going to be difficult and you're going to embarrass an organization, you have to be winning. And so I think they just realize it's one of those things where you go, we shouldn't have done this. This was a mistake, and let's just clean. Let's get rid of this right now.
Let me ask you this: they obviously were having problems, but it takes more than 1 year to turn a team around.
No
I mean,
question.
you know, when Chuck was rebuilding the Raiders, it took some time. He had some really stinky seasons there before they kind of started getting it together. Have they give him time, or is it just the general displeasure by the coaches, the players leaving practice?
It's
all
not
this
about
stuff.
wins and losses.
Is it? I heard one report that a kicker actually kicked him.
That's
is that
the
right?
latest.
Is that right?
Wednesday, Tampa Bay Times says former kicker Josh Lambo.
He kicked the kicker.
That's how I read.
Did the kicker kick him back?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, and you think don't kick a kicker. That's the one thing they can do.
I know.
He alleged that Meyer kicked him in the leg while he was stretching in warm-ups before practice during the earlier in the season. So I think what it is, the losing, if he was living a life of no embarrassment, doing a great job, gripping and grinning, staying out of trouble, players loved him, the 2-11 would not have mattered. But you take a 2-11 and combine it with all the off-field stuff, they're like, we got to get rid of this guy. Yeah. I mean, he is not. He's more crazy than he is fine.
Well, you definitely have to look at trends, the way things are moving.
Right.
And right now, it just seems like it's out of control. I mean, you don't see them having close games. You don't see the players going, something good's happening here.
Right.
You know, it just seems like it's coming unravel, which, again, is one of these strange deals. A guy that had great success in college in the pros is a washout.
Something really stuck out here in their statement the Jaguars released. Just a little bit here. It says, an immediate change was imperative for everyone. We are bitterly disappointed.
Right.
And it sounds like to me it's more of a character and personality issue and how things were ran, to your point.
Of course it is.
And the on-the-field stuff would have come, and they would have been a little bit more patient, but he's got too much baggage.
Yeah.
Right now, he's not as fine as he is.
Yeah, that's what I just thought.
Yeah.
He's more crazy than he is fine.
Yeah.
Well, you got, and that's the
Doesn't work out.
and that's the problem too. I think you got to be careful. Once a guy who's been successful at any level of coaching has already shown that he's quit more than one time and keeps coming back, and then you go hire him when he's in that era of his life, he doesn't have his nose to the grind anymore. You know, because he's constantly thinking he needs to leave. Then he comes back. I need to leave, and I come back. Don't get him then. You know, he's already he's damaged goods at that point. Let's go to Karen in Nashville. Karen, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, Karen.
I got two things. I know you say no shameless plugs and shout-outs, but me and my sister have been listening to y'all forever.
Thank you.
So, hello, sister. I'm on Rick and Bubba. And then, Rick, I need to know what your shirt says. I can't make it out.
My shirt is showing that Santa has his list of things that he must do, and he has checked sausage balls. So it's a tribute to sausage balls.
Why didn't he have 25 more years of Rick and Bubba check?
He was prioritizing, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah, in that particular
I like
moment.
to see both check.
Yeah, in that particular moment, the
I got a
sausage balls.
Sharpie. You want me to fix it?
Yeah, it's, you certainly can. But, you know, hey, we're going to do some more. 25 years, probably a lofty goal.
Well, look,
yeah, it's just on the sheer numbers.
Yeah, sure.
But we
Rick goals are good.
Yeah, they are. Oh, they're fantastic. 866 we be big.
That's what Urban Meyer said.
Let's go to Ryan and Boaz. Ryan, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, fellas. Good morning.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, changing the topic here. I was just calling to see what Bubba thought about Russia's buildup on the Ukrainian border. I wondered if he thought they were going to go and what the time frame was, and then what our response would be.
You know, boy, that's a big topic.
I mean,
that's almost a segment right there.
There's your plate of meat.
I think it's a very dangerous situation because we're going to either have to put up or shut up. We've said we'll defend the Ukraine, and are we interested in starting a sure enough shooting war with the Russians? I don't know that the Russians want a shooting war, honestly. I think this is probably more about them mad that the Ukraine has a tie to NATO. It would be like if Canada was tied to the Warsaw Pact in the old Cold War days. So I think there may be more bluff to it than anything. I hope so, because if they roll those tanks over, we're either going to have to defend the Ukraine, and that means shooting at Russian planes and tanks, which could get out of control, or we're going to have to stand idly by and go against our word and once again not follow up on something we said we would do, which means our word will be no good.
Did you, by any chance,
is that a good quick synopsis?
You said that you watched some of the show while you were off.
Yeah.
With getting better. Did you see Biden attempt to say "pal" and all that the other day?
You know, I did not see that clip. Maybe I was breaking for cough medicine.
Us laughing at that, I know, is somewhat hypocritical, but to see it is fantastic.
Is it possible I could see it again? Because I totally missed it.
Because he's really going to talk to the Republicans and he's about to, he loves to call people pal.
Yeah, I like that term.
And he called them bow. I'm gonna tell you something, bow. And then he rambled.
Bow?
It was here. Here it is. Listen to this.
Now we look at 2022. I want to tell my Republican friends, get ready, pal. You're going in for a problem. And we need.
Do you think his mind was trying to say buddy and pal?
Get ready, pal. You're in the breaking trouble.
Do you think Buddy and Pal got tangled up?
Maybe. I know what's
One more time.
I know.
Teletubbies again.
Now we look at 2022. I want to tell my Republican friends, get ready, pal. You're going in for a problem.
Oh.
Now that's what Russia's looking at. You think they're terrified?
Russia's gonna in for a problem.
That's funny.
You know,
Didn't he strike fear in Putin?
Maybe Elon's got a point on this 70-year thing.
Yeah.
If we won't let pilots fly, maybe we don't need a guy being commander-in-chief at all. You know, I mean, I'm just saying. Maybe at 70 you should enjoy retirement.
I'm going to say something. I'm going to be very careful.
I don't like mandatory retirements, but this may be a case of it.
I'm going to be very, very careful with this because, and I would like everybody to join me on that. Okay?
Especially since I'm more close to 70 than ever.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So we once talked to someone about there's certain markers, that give you clearance or say we need to help you.
Right.
And one of them was if a person can get a driver's license,
they're fair game.
They're fair game for you to cut up with and have some fun.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
If they can't get a driver's license, then leave them alone because
maybe a situation.
It's unkind and it's cruel.
Right.
Okay. Don't you think in order to be the leader of the free world, you should still have your car keys and your kids haven't taken them from you?
You know it, Bao.
Right. Don't you think? If your kids have taken your car keys from you, you probably shouldn't lead the free world. Now, I don't know that
While
that's
driving a car
Right.
can be dangerous.
Yeah.
And I think you should as long as you're capable to do that.
Right.
Driving the free world.
Right.
And all that goes in the millions of people who are depending on every word you say, every I don't want to quote songs here, but
You're right.
Yeah, it's a big deal.
Now I can hear people that understand what we're saying. I know that presidents don't drive themselves much. That's not the point.
No,
he can be driven. I'm talking about the fact that if he were just somebody's dad or granddad, if your keys would be taken from you,
right?
Okay, you shouldn't run the free world.
I'm good with that.
Yeah, to me that's
it goes back to the driving test again.
Yeah, it does. It's pretty.
The driver's license test is kind of
it's a big one.
Our what would I say? It's our minimal acceptable line for how you can function.
That's right.
Yeah.
Julie in Hoover. Julie, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
So, just real quick, I grew up in Bynum, Alabama, so I've been listening to you guys forever. I graduated from Welborn. So, the reason I'm calling is I just moved to Birmingham about 6 months ago, and I need to know where some good Christmas lights are to take my little girls.
Okay, well.
Like if there's a link or on a page, or even listeners, give me some addresses. That'd be great.
Yeah. Okay. Well, you email us. That's because it's because we'll and there may be some we can help you with. Yeah, I'll tell you one you don't want to miss.
Yeah. Bubba went over there the other day, and I don't know what y'all's time, but he went over there and saw it, and it was beautiful, and got so excited, went back about an hour later, and it was shut down.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you.
Ray, what did you do?
It made zero sense because that's not normally the case. They usually run them all day.
Ray, what did you do?
I thought some dog has chewed up a cord or something.
Well, that happened a couple of weeks ago. Don't laugh. They actually the dog chewed through the sound cord, and it didn't.
I saw a flash over in the bushes. I don't know what it was.
Bubba,
let me tell you, one of the all-time great ones I've seen is out in the country.
Ball play, Hoax Bluff.
Well, that one is great.
Yeah.
And I haven't been up there in years, and I need to go back. But no, this one's the other way. I'll tell you about it, bro. I don't. Should I say anything?
Yeah.
The one in Chelsea.
They should watch out. I don't. I'll tell you, you might want to check that crest out. I really got it looking good.
Yeah, it does look good.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Day, baby. Let it go outside a little chilly, but that won't stop me from enjoying the Christmas spirit. Santa Claus has made us rounds and you can hear it. Listen to the children playing, they're having a good time. Don't you dare start the party without me. Sing your favorite Christmas carol while you're waiting. Family's doing well, and I'm so glad to hear on the happiest day of the year. It's Christmas Day, baby. It's Christmas Day, baby. It's Christmas Day, baby. Joy to the world, put a smile on your face now.
All right, 8 minutes to the top of the hour. As we make our way back, Babbel.com/Bubba. Ready to learn a foreign language? I don't know if you've tried to deal with anybody's customer service now. You might want to learn another language. It'd help you. Babbel.com/Bubba. Whatever reason you need to learn another language, it's always beneficial. And certainly it helps if you're going out to mission trips to other countries, things like that. I mean, there's interpreters. I got that. But there's nothing quite like being able to speak to people in their own language. And Babbel.com/Bubba can really, really help. The #1 selling language learning app. They teach bite-sized language lessons for the real world. I mean, things you actually would talk about in a conversation. Look, I don't have time to go back and learn all the different grammar and all this stuff. Could I learn to communicate with people who speak this language? And the answer is yes. Babbel.com/Bubba. You can do this even with a very busy life if you use Babbel's speech recognition technology. Helps you improve your pronunciation and accent. You get a 20-day money-back guarantee, and we can save you up to 65% right now on their 15-minute lessons that make it the perfect way to learn a new language on the go. It also helps your kids. If you know they're going to have to learn certain foreign languages in school, get them on Babbel.com/Bubba and get them ahead of the game. Find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors, too. Bubba, what a day. We're winding down. You're back from being sick, which is good to have you back. And what a great way for you to come back. Then for some of the listeners of the show, sensing that the Broadcast Plaza and Teleport is about to be decommissioned. And, I've watched fans of this show that can get to it, kind of coming here looking at it. I know you took some pictures of it outside to kind of say goodbye today. Tomorrow, the last show here, and we will be done with this Broadcast Plaza and Teleport. Speedy is outside with Ryan, Heath, and Andy. They're in a tailgate format outside the Broadcast Plaza and Teleport. And you talk about trying to win over Team Rick and Bubba. They have prepared breakfast for everybody on the show. Speedy?
Man, I am sitting out here. This is a tough job.
It is. Boy, man, we got a lot we like it now.
All right, so let's explain what we got, Andy.
Well, we knew that y'all were in the food department really poor, so we brought you some chocolate gravy.
Yeah, come on.
We have some bacon and pancakes and biscuits.
Yeah.
We just want to feel the love.
Do we have more out there?
Yeah, come on.
Okay.
Come on.
Oh my gosh,
guys, y'all did a great job. That was unbelievable.
What you got to understand to paint the picture here, they are decked out in Rick and Bubba stuff, and they've even got the T-shirts, ain't no balls like sausage balls, a delicious holiday treat.
Would it have killed them to bring some sausage balls? I hate to be.
Right.
I mean, it just.
So we made sausage balls for you several years ago. I made that shirt that you've got on. Remember, I made this shirt for you.
Yep.
And so, we figured y'all had shirts and you've had sausage balls.
Right.
Y'all had sausage balls earlier this week.
You're right.
I heard you talk about chocolate gravy.
You're right.
And so that's why we chose this route.
Nobody's going to complain about biscuits and chocolate gravy. And
Rick,
bacon.
don't look gravy in the mouth.
Where are you guys from?
I'm originally from Abbeville.
And we are from Scottsboro, Alabama.
Okay, Scottsboro. And why?
Guys, we really appreciate
Was this? Did you come here solely because you wanted to see this baby one last time?
Absolutely.
Well, Heath has never been here before.
It's my first time.
Hey,
First
Heath.
time to be here. Hey, buddy.
Glad to be here. Your beard looks fantastic.
Yep.
And so we wanted him to get to experience the Broadcast Plaza and Teleport before y'all go to the Omega Metroplex.
Yeah. You like that name?
You like that name?
Yeah,
and Bubba, sorry, and Nutrition Center.
Right.
And
Right.
and so we wanted him to experience that. And one last time, we're looking forward to the golden ticket seats next year, sometime when they open up.
Yeah. So good. I hope you guys will get to
They were
visit.
also strategic because they know the tubers are going to be here tomorrow.
Oh, boy.
And I'm hearing upwards of 25 maybe will be out here tomorrow.
Yeah.
And so they wanted to have the day to themselves. Is that right?
Absolutely.
Nothing against tubers.
That's
is it?
great.
No,
That's
no,
great
no,
thinking.
no.
Yeah. I think the
I've
two.
noticed that others have come by too.
Yeah.
Sadly, this gentleman here and his wife, they've just eaten, and he's
Oh,
like, I
man.
can't believe it.
Come
I
on.
can't believe it.
Well, you never know when free
Now,
food's
this one
waiting.
here is lingering. Is he with y'all? He looks really hungry. I'm just telling you.
Absolutely. We've got plenty left. Bubba's seconds and thirds.
I'll be out in just a second. Greg's already beat me to the second round. You know that.
Absolutely.
What a buddy he is to you.
Mumbling in the halls, man. They got bacon
all
too.
of us, I think, provide things, for you. But boy, Greg is your eating buddy. Isn't he?
Well, we all. I mean, we're a team, but there's the punt team and there's
Yeah,
offense,
absolutely.
there's defense,
Yeah.
me and Greg are the eating team.
Yeah. And
We were hoping that we could trade some chocolate gravy for any leftover stuff that you guys don't want to move.
Really.
I you should have come earlier. There was a lot.
I have a bunch of stuff in my office that I'm giving away today and tomorrow.
I think
so
I would just
don't leave before you talk. To
Yeah,
me.
I think you should just line them up, let them go through and grab anything they want.
Yeah, well, it's pretty close to that.
Anybody interested in a bunch of books?
Yeah. If there's a librarian out there that would really like to bolster their
Anybody want to bring the mobile bookmobile over here?
Yeah, golly.
And I'm very proud to say that we took this off the goodies. This is your recipe, your mama's recipe.
Oh, is it really?
and
Oh, fantastic.
the second time making it, so I was very proud that it turned out the way it did.
Well, you knocked it out of the park. It is great.
How about that, Mama? They got your chocolate gravy up here.
Thank you, Mama.
That's right. Yeah, absolutely. So, well, that's great. Thank y'all for being here. Thanks for listening. Thanks to all of you guys.
Yeah.
Where are y'all from?
Oh, hold on. Let me slide over here, sir.
We're from the big city of French Camp, Mississippi. We came over, guys, to see you this morning because YouTube wasn't good enough. And since there was a small little concert in town last night, we went to see that. Some Russians or something.
Is that Trans-Siberian Orchestra last night?
Yeah, I think so. I'm pretty old now, so
Yeah.
it's really loud and really bright, and I had to stay up way too late.
Well, how did you like the refurbished arena?
I went to the old BJCC about 20 some odd years ago, so in my mind, they're the exact same place.
Right. It doesn't
My
look
bad.
any different to you. It just because you can't remember too long ago.
Yeah, it's a really long time
Can't
ago.
compare it.
And I've
Yeah.
had a lot of pancakes since then.
Right.
so.
Okay. I understand that.
And this is my wife, Amy. So-
Hey, Amy.
Amy, what you wanna do?
She wants your books.
yeah. Now that she'll take your book.
You do want the book?
Yeah. Hey, let me tell you this: when you
Have you
crack
got
them,
a
they're gonna
trailer?
smell new.
Have you got a trailer? I mean, I got a bunch of them.
Yeah, I mean a bunch.
All right, let me go over here to the creeper. Hold
Hey,
on.
where's Creeper?
No, I'm kidding.
Hey, buddy.
All right, now come right here. Let's see here. Sir, what's your name?
Ben.
Ben. And are you
Big
here for
Ben.
the food? Be honest.
No, I came by. I'm from the Birmingham area, and I never had come by the studio. And since
Yeah.
it's the last few days for y'all, I thought I'd come by and check
See
it
that?
out.
You know what you kept saying to yourself? I can go tomorrow. Not anymore.
Yeah.
That's exactly what happened.
Hey, take pictures.
That's right.
Take pictures.
All
Get
good
some
things come to an end. All of them.
Shout out to my mother-in-law, Mickey.
Okay. Hey, Mickey. Son-in-law
Great
getting a
guy.
few points.
Yep.
Way to go, man.
And Jordan, my sister-in-law.
All right. Well, thank you for being
Try
here.
the biscuits. They're good.
Thanks out to all of you. Appreciate y'all being here so much. Top of the hour. If you're leaving us, enjoy the day. If you got more Rick and Bubba, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So join this sweet refrain about the place they call the Candy Cane Lane. There is a place that always casts a Yuletide spell. Each time you sing of it, it rings that jingle bell. It puts you in that Christmas spirit, all green and red. Every time you hear this song, you just can't get it out of your head.
Candy cane lane, oh candy cane lane.
Won't you sing this happy song?
Candy cane lane, oh candy cane lane.
Everybody sing along. It's just one of those things you can't explain. So join this sweet refrain about the place they call the Candy Cane Lane. Just let that magic rhythm carry you away. You'll ride that moonbeam all the way to Christmas Day. You'll sing those old familiar carols we've all sung before. And suddenly this melody comes knocking at your door.
Candy cane lane, oh candy cane lane. Candy cane lane, oh candy cane lane.
Candy cane lane, oh candy cane lane. Candy cane lane, oh candy cane lane. It's just one of those things you can't explain. So join this sweet refrain about the place they call the candy cane lane. About the place they call the candy cane lane. About the place they call the candy cane lane.
Hustle, bustle, hurry, scurry, dress the bird and stuff the turkey. Reindeer games, candy canes, frosty on the window pane. Shopping bags
And teleport a show and a half is all that is left, as the one thing that is constant is change. And of course, you can look for the Broadcast Plaza and teleport to find its way into Rick and Bubba history after tomorrow's big year-ender. And then we'll be on vacation for 2 weeks. You'll get Rick and Bubba best of shows. Then, Lord willing, we'll return on January the 4th in a brand new studio, and we will celebrate our 28th birthday. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Adler all here and back after battling some sort of upper respiratory something. Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and When I say I'm glad to be here, I mean it.
You are.
I really do.
We're glad
Yeah.
you're here. Can't get anybody to kiss you today. We're
Nope,
glad you're
nope,
here.
No sugar today.
No sugar today. So we got a lot going on outside as fans of the show come to say goodbye to the Broadcast Plaza and Teleport, the award-winning Broadcast Plaza and Teleport. So
a vision from many, many years ago, back 1998, 99.
a lot of.
I tweeted about it this morning.
Yeah, you did. I saw that. It is it's an emotional run right now.
Yeah.
But you know what? We're not the only people that are getting something new. The Birmingham Bowl is getting something new. And today, Mark Meadows has joined us. He's the executive director of the Ticket Smarter Birmingham Bowl on December the 28th, 11 a.m. on ESPN. Auburn takes on Houston, and he joins us. So, Mark, welcome back to the Rick and Bubba Show.
Well, thanks. Glad to be here.
Mark, I was going to congratulate you on your book sales, but I realize that's a different Mark.
It's confusing when I'm listening to the radio and my name's on there. So, yeah.
So, Mark, we're moving to a new studio, and, buddy, I'll tell you what, you guys have got yourself a brand spanking new stadium.
We are so excited. You know, this stadium has all the bells and whistles that the fans from both teams are kind of accustomed to at their home stadium, and so we're just happy to get down there and get this first game behind us. You know, there's a lot of planning goes into this with the BJCC team, but I think we're ready and we're excited about it.
Well, Auburn will come in from the SEC with boy, you talk about a team that went on a roller coaster ride this year, 6-6, and Houston of the American Athletic Conference, 11-2. And we're in the championship game against Cincinnati. So they've had a phenomenal season. So are you excited about the matchup?
I am. You know, we've had some great matchups through the years. You know, we've had an overtime game and several of them coming down to the last minute. So I think this one has a potential. You know, I think both teams are have an opportunity to score a lot of points, and so you know we're just excited to see what they bring. You know, the Houston was basically lost their first game and their last game, and like you said, could have been the conference champs if they win that last one.
I think Houston probably is going to come in with a little bit of a chip on their shoulder if they didn't get more respect for the year they had, which, you know, would be a very dangerous situation for Auburn, I think.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, well, let me ask you this, Mark, because, the high school state championships were played in the new stadium, and Greg and his son coached on the staff of one of the teams that won the state championship, so he got to experience that. Speedy's been the stadium guy for UAB all year, so and then I was down there I guess it's been about 3 weeks ago, and I think it's pretty obvious that we love Legion Field and its history. But
saw many great games there, Rick.
But the location seems to afford itself to make your job a lot easier, to give the teams and the fans a great experience.
Yeah, so you know we've done our fan fest the night before the game and you know the morning of, you know, but we've been at two different locations. Now everything's going to be right there at Uptown. So the Bud Light Fan Fest, on the 27th starts at 1 o'clock. We'll have live music from 1 to 5. Houston Pep Rally at 5 o'clock, Auburn Pep Rally at 5:30, and then we'll kind of have a little fireworks demonstration. And like I say, during the day we've got all sorts of interactive games, food and beverage for the families. So it'll be just a fun place for teams, for fans of both teams and locals to come down and gather. And then the next morning we kind of kick it off the same way again, at 8 o'clock before we play our game at 11. So it'll all be right there at Uptown. And it's free and open to the public.
And that has been a great success for Birmingham, is that Uptown area. I mean, it's really, really nice there.
It is, and a lot of great restaurants. The alumni for the two teams are taking on the evening before, I think, or maybe on game day, they're taking the roof of two of the restaurants there and doing their tailgating there. And so it's just there's going to be a lot of people in that area. It's going to be exciting, and the crowd for the pep rally is going to be crazy.
Yeah, and then you've got things to do all around there. You've got a Top Golf practically. I mean, you can walk over there and do that, and they've got it set up for you to really. And one of the things that I don't know, and pardon me for this, Mark, if they're not going to be, because I know, and I've never understood this, why our Hall of Fame does not open on Saturdays. Why do you don't open the Hall of Fame on Saturdays? I've never understood that. But are they going to do any special hours or anything for people to see the Sports Hall of Fame there, Alabama Sports Hall of Fame?
Because it's impressive.
Yeah,
it is. And I know the holidays are playing some tricks there. I really haven't. I don't have that schedule in my mind, but I do know that they do try to accommodate and they'll open up for our teams if the teams want to go through
it and all that.
Yeah, they'll open up special for our teams.
It's real
Mark,
special.
Do you know the location yet for the new statue of Gene Hallman? Do you know where that's going to be at?
I'm not sure. I think it's going to be right out there in the South Plaza, maybe.
Right. Well, I mean, we have a lot of legendary statues in that area, so I figured, Gene's got a big award he just won, and I figured a statue came with it. I didn't know.
Well, I saw his picture. He looked kind of surprised by it.
Yeah, I know it.
So I was just wondering, and it's water under the bridge now, but the Alabama Theater, they haven't put a star with Rick and Bubba on it out there in front of their theater. I don't understand that because we've done our show here for a long, long time. Yeah. And we were born and reared in Alabama.
At one time they said you had to actually perform there to get one. Well, we did one time.
Yeah, we did. Yeah. We did. I mean, but it's supposed to be Alabamians who've been in the entertainment business, and I think we're Alabamians who've been in the entertainment business.
Yeah, and there's probably a check involved there somewhere that we're missing, but there's always hope. Rick.
So what I was thinking is since we have the new stadium, and maybe we got to get UAB involved. I don't know, but what I'm saying is maybe outside. You have Bubba and I, some statues of us, by Gene's. Yeah. And we're eating. We're like eating some of the concessions.
What if we're sitting having lunch looking at Gene Hallman's statue?
Yeah, how about that?
I would feel at home.
And what the artist does, and you can pick the artist, and we'd like to have a look at some of his work, but we're actually
not that guy that did the goat.
No,
that
guy that did the thing downtown. Not him. Yeah, I think he just passed away.
That's scary.
Yeah, it was a scary thing. Nothing like that. We don't want there to be anybody look at that.
I pointed it out to him one time. I don't think he really liked it.
No, he did not. No. I remember that. Yeah. He didn't like that at all. Yeah. Yeah. But anyway, matter of fact, didn't like it in the least.
Hung up, didn't like it.
As a matter of fact, that was back when people still had home phones. That was a big hang up. Yeah. And we were talking about the guy that did this.
Don't show it.
Yeah. But so anyway, we're not going to be that. But then but the artist will make sure that what we have in our hands is actually available at the concession stand.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
And so we're sitting there.
Well, let me ask you this, because, Mark, you would know this. I mean, having a bowl game, you sell sponsors, right?
Right, yeah.
So, I mean, you have a headline sponsor, and I'm sure you have a lot of other packages and things.
Yeah.
Do you have a package for, say, your face on the 20-yard line?
Right, yeah.
We don't have that yet, but I'll work on that for 2022.
Yeah.
Like just a kind of a pencil drawing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I know exactly what you're talking about.
I mean, we don't have to be full color.
And then you've got like the people from ESPN that are calling the game, and they're going to look, that's going to be really close. And then the color guy says, if I'm looking, if the ball got to Bubba's chin, it's a first down.
Right.
You know what I mean? Yeah. Right. And, he had to get to Bubba's chin. I don't know that he did.
Like during a timeout, the quarterback comes over and they're standing on our face.
Yeah.
I'd love it.
Gosh, me too.
What do you think, Mark?
We'll see what we can work out. Yeah,
Mark, I don't want to put you on the spot because that's not the way we are.
We don't operate that way.
But just ballpark, what would something like that cost? Because
I
need to work on it.
For you guys, we can. I'm sure we can come up with a special rate.
Right. Yeah.
Well, I mean, what do you think? Just ballpark.
I hate to say.
If footballs were $10,000,
right?
How many balls would we need to pile up?
And just in your standard black writing, we don't have to get fancy. RickandBubba.com.
Yeah. That would be part
of
the face.
Right under the face.
Part of the face.
Yeah, it's part of the face.
Absolutely.
So I'm just checking because I know.
I mean, what does it take? $100,000 to get in the game? You think? What do you think?
Well, I mean, you're probably getting close.
Okay. All right. Well, I mean, we know how it works. We just need to know the receipt.
Yeah, we just need to know, what our level is.
Yeah. Just give us the invoice and say we need this right here.
Sure.
Now, I may push it back with alter it a bit, and then we'll go back and forth a couple times. And I might say something like, well, I'm a little more comfortable with this number. But I won't do it on and on. At some point, you're going to say, that's my number.
Certainly. Right. I understand.
And, if we don't have that, maybe we need to, scale the size down.
Right. I mean,
I want it at least as big as the number.
Right.
Yeah.
Don't
you think?
Yeah. 100%. And if we can't be on the actual field, maybe something down the sideline or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or laser light. Can't you do it in laser light now, Mark? Doesn't a lot of that happen, you know?
Yeah, right.
You know, I'm going to find out with this year when we're down there.
I think the announcer could just announce it's a Rick and Bubba first down.
Oh,
you know?
I like that.
I like that. And we come on the screen, you know, begin with that. Of course, will be thrown in, and we welcome everybody to the Birmingham Bowl, and it's our hometown. And may we suggest the chili dog?
Yeah,
right.
You know,
and we tell everybody where the restaurants are
that's
for after the game.
How about that?
Like that.
Guys, hey, we got something going here.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, so if you want to get tickets to the Birmingham Bowl, and obviously you do, if you go to show notes there at rickandbubba.com, we have everything there. But what's the actual website? I mean, we have it in show notes. But
TicketSmarter, BirminghamBowl.com, and I will say that tickets are really going rapidly. There are several levels of our ticketing that are close to selling out. So if you do want tickets, I'd urge you to go ahead and sign up.
A lot of excitement around the new facility and all that, so the tickets are moving. So TicketSmarter, BirminghamBowl.com to get your tickets, or just go to rickandbubba.com. It's sitting right there in the show notes.
And Mark, I do have one other question I'll ask you off air. I know your wife is in a Bible study with my wife, and your wife may be the teacher of that group, right?
I think so, yeah, the leader. I think they call him leader.
I mean, how's Betty doing? Is she doing
I don't know. I'll have to ask.
And then, Mark, I want to ask you if she has talked to your wife, what is she saying about Bubba?
Well, I think we prayed for him yesterday.
Good. Well, it worked. Hey, you know what? Prayers answered. Here I am.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 23 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866 We Be Big is our number. The 11th gift in the 12 working days of Christmas could happen at any time on the program today, so be paying attention for that. Bubba, a quick COVID update. When we get to February, we all will be saying, all right, we've been at this for 2 years, so we're almost to the 2-year point, and I'm not so sure if we're not more confused now than we've ever been. The good news is we have treatments and we are able to help people more so than we could when it was all novel to us and we didn't know anything. Here a variant, there a variant, everywhere a variant. But anyway, we have a doctor. Her name is Dr. Alina Chan. She's specialist in cell engineering at Harvard and MIT. She is talking to the United Kingdom members of Parliament. And Bubba, I know this is going to surprise you. She says the Wuhan lab leak is now the most likely origin of this COVID.
Get out of here.
And
you kidding me, Rick?
Yeah, and of course,
what?
Of course, she has
a place they were playing with gain of function to the very virus that we've all suffered a pandemic from. You come on.
Yeah, listen to what she said in the analogy. Now it's going to be hard.
That's breaking news, pal. Let's get the red lights on.
I'm going to read this because this is what she said, and Bubba, it's just what you said. But you know how sometimes we use analogies to make the point. She says, "Okay, you find these scientists, let's say, who said in early 2018, I think I'm going to put horns on horses." And at the end of 2019, unicorns are showing up in the Wuhan city.
Right.
I mean,
look,
yeah. And
how about I like that lady? She speaks like I speak, and I like her.
So here she is talking to Parliament.
I think that a lab origin is more likely than a natural origin at this point. We all agree that there was a critical event at the Wuhan seafood market that was a super spreader event caused by humans. There's no evidence pointing to a natural animal origin of the virus at that market. But before I get into that, I'd like to point, if I can speak to that. So we have heard from many top virologists that a genetically engineered origin of this virus is reasonable. So they say that it's worth investigating. And this includes virologists who have themselves made similar genetic modifications in the first SARS virus. So we know now that this virus has a very unique feature called the furin cleavage site that makes it the pandemic pathogen it is. So without this feature, there's no way this virus would be causing this pandemic. And only recently, in September, did a proposal get leaked showing that scientists in the US from the Eco Health Alliance were in collaboration with the Wuhan Institute of Virology developing this pipeline for inserting novel furin cleavage sites, these genetic modifications, into novel SARS-like viruses in the lab. So what we have right now, and the analogy I use, is that you found these scientists who said in early 2018, I'm going to put horns on horses. And at the end of 2019, a unicorn shows up in their city. So it really is a striking coincidence that needs to be investigated. I'd say the burden is on scientists to show that their work did not result in the creation of SARS-CoV-2.
See, she wants to reverse it. We got to stop saying you got to prove that gain of function caused it. I want to reverse it and say y'all got to prove it didn't cause it. Because
now, wait a minute. She's talking about a virus.
Yes.
Is that different than the virus?
It's similar.
Yeah, it is.
Similar.
It's the same thing. Yeah.
And so is it still, we're not supposed to imitate? Is that still
No, you
out?
cannot. No.
Or is that still bad?
But if that's
not
how
anymore.
the person sounds, I mean.
Not anymore.
I know. I don't get that.
Yeah, so you can't do it anymore.
If you want to be correct in your.
Right.
Let me tell you, I love that analogy. I mean, I love that analogy.
So
I wish I had thought up that analogy.
I want to tell you.
I'm going to quote that analogy.
You're going to claim the unicorn analogy?
Horns
Use
on,
it as your
horns
own?
on horses, and then all of a sudden a unicorn shows up, and we're all going, where'd that come from?
So Dr. Alina Chan.
Dr. Chan.
She's a cell engineering specialist at Harvard and MIT. She says
That's pretty.
her
pretty big
quote,
place.
the Wuhan lab leak is now the most likely origin of COVID. It is the most likely. She says we need to reverse it. Instead of you trying to prove that's where it came from, try to now show
Unravel
us,
it.
Now show us why it didn't.
Yeah.
And because there's so much evidence.
I like her.
Pointing otherwise. Boy, I tell you one
A little
thing.
hard to understand, but I like her.
How about this? Where was she?
A few letters off.
I like her.
Can I tell you this? In the college classes I was in, I tried to sit next to people I thought would be helpful. Man, I wish she would have been in my class.
Oh, yeah. Well, I did in 5th grade.
Yeah. Well, let's face it. I mean,
And we all know the 5th grade was a tough one.
if you
For me, it was.
Yeah. How about this? In any class you were in,
It was a tough one.
let me tell you something. Any class you were in, you have an exchange student come through those doors from anywhere in Asia.
Especially math.
That's where you move your seat.
You better get there early.
I
Yeah,
never
right.
did so good in math that year.
Right.
Because I wanted to be at that table.
Oh, yeah.
You know, the top 7. That's how you had to have the top score on the test to sit at that table. And I know we wouldn't do that now because it'd crush little kids.
Yeah,
You know, I know
leave 'em
that's
out because
unacceptable.
they failed.
I know that's totally unacceptable.
Right.
But I was going to be at that table with Fourier. I'll tell you that.
Bubba, I was so committed to it, I let, if you remember, one of the exchange students from Japan live with me over the Christmas break.
I remember that.
I was that committed.
Yeah.
And
It was a little weird at Christmas, but yeah, I remember that.
Right. But you know what? Did I get the degree?
You did.
I did.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's a honky-tonk holiday at the Cowboy Cabaret. Revving up my old Chevrolet to go honky-tonkin' on Christmas Day. Get a move on, come with me at the Roadhouse on the old highway. All the fiddlers are gonna play. It's a honky-tonk holiday. Gonna have some wine and a real fine time at my favorite watering hole. It's a wonderland with my favorite cowhand when he smooches me under the mistletoe. Early Santa, don't delay. You can double bike your sleigh at the Roadhouse on the old highway. It's a honky-tonk holiday. We're gonna down a beer and some Christmas cheer at the Santa Fe Saloon. We'll whoop it up right this not so silent night, baby. Belt out a Christmas tune. We'll be feeling bright and gay, misbehaving on Christmas Day, getting married the country way. It's a honky-tonk holiday. It's a honky-tonk holiday.
Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866 We Be Big is our number. HelloFresh.com. Our friends at HelloFresh.com say, look, let us take the hassle out of dinner planning and preparing meals and go back to enjoying time together. You've heard many people say this. Matter of fact, Greg's mom said it just this week. She said, I believe what's wrong with this country is that families don't sit down around the dinner table anymore, and I think that's one of the problems.
I agree.
And
we always did every night.
Yeah, we did every night. And so for some people that says, well, I don't know if you've seen our schedule. Yeah, so sometimes maybe less is more, but we all move at a pretty rapid pace. But what if HelloFresh.com, you did the meal planning? You don't have to take these trips to the grocery store and get in there and not know, well, now where's this and what do we need and recipe that. And so HelloFresh.com says, come in here. We got 50 menu items a week you can pick from. Delicious lobster stuffed ravioli and shrimp, ginger spice cake truffles. They've got all kinds of snacks. They've got meals for every part of the day. And they send you an individual bag with the easy-to-follow recipe cards. Their chefs make tremendous meals. And then you prepare their recipe with the ingredients provided in each individual bag. And meal planning suddenly has become something you enjoy, and you can sit down and get to know your family. Again, most of these can be prepared in about 30 minutes, some of them less than that. You get up to 14 free meals plus 3 free gifts. Merry Christmas. If you go to HelloFresh.com and use the code Bubba. That's HelloFresh.com, the code Bubba, for 14 free meals and 3 free gifts from the Rick and Bubba Show. There you go. All right, so we were finishing up. I don't know if you've seen Biden. I played one for you today, Bubba, that I know was kind of your welcome back.
I know, Bal.
Can I talk to everybody about, we've kind of lost, we've said this, I don't think we can call ourselves anymore. Look, I'm not a fan of Joe Biden. Wish he wasn't our president. But probably if he's surveying tornado damage, after the tornadoes, we probably want to kind of stay away from our "Let's Go Brandon" there.
There's plenty of time to scream, right. "Let's go Brandon." When we're surveying tornado damage where people have been killed, let's let it slide, guys. Hey, Rick, listen, we're rowdy. We think we're right. But we got to have just a touch of class to this,
so
okay?
Here we go.
Go Brandon!
Oh, boy.
Go Brandon!
All right.
Any other time,
he's surveying tornado
damage, I would be fine. That's not the time to do it. Come on, let's show just Rick. I'm just saying just a touch of class. That's all. We don't have to bow down to the man, but let's just show a touch of class.
Don't become a version
of the other side you say you dislike.
There you go. All right, so now President Biden, though, we're going to go from protecting them to now being angry with them again. President Biden in Kentucky, now he needs to realize he's there surveying tornado damage because he's going to see a woman in a Green Bay Packer jersey, and he's going to make a comment about Aaron Rodgers. So here we go.
Did you really? God love you. Tell that quarterback you got to get some vaccine.
Oh, wow. Okay, so here's a woman standing in front of rubble. Okay, look at this. Look at the damage.
I know.
And she's got a Green Bay Packer uniform, a jersey on. Sorry, not a uniform. And it's showing she's a fan. He's comforting her, which I credit him for that. But hey, sir, President, when you're comforting me about the tornado damage, I don't want to speech about your vaccines, okay?
Well, can I go back to what I said to the last group?
Right.
There's a time to have just a touch of class. Mr. President, not the time for vaccine push. People are dead. You got debris piled up, head high. Going to take years to rebuild. Not the time to push the vaccine.
And I hate to confuse you here, but you tell me a scientific reason why Aaron Rodgers, who tested positive for COVID, and that's all we know because he didn't get really sick at all, tested positive for COVID, came through it with 0 issues, now has natural antibodies on top of the treatments he was doing anyway. You tell me scientifically why Aaron Rodgers needs the vaccine because scientifically he does not.
Yeah, if we're
that's just totally hogwash.
If we're going to follow the science, let's follow the science.
Right, and I certainly don't need a speech from you while I'm looking at rubble right now about Green Bay Packers and the quarterback who wouldn't take your vaccine.
Rick, this goes back, and look, we've all been guilty to this to some degree, okay? And that's the first step. We all have to admit that.
Right.
We've got to return a touch of class to this country, okay? And
Right.
that means you don't have to say everything that's on your mind. It's okay to temper it just a little bit. That doesn't erode your First Amendment rights. If you personally go, probably not the time to say that.
Right.
And we need a little more of that out there, okay?
You know what I would have loved to have done, and it would have two-blocked him so fast? Of course, this woman was probably more concerned about the fact she's lost everything she had. But so she's standing there with a Green Bay Packer jersey, and if he would have said that to me, I would say, hey, Kate, let me ask you a question, and grab a scientist around if you want to. Our quarterback didn't want to take the vaccine because he's a healthy, athletic person who takes care of himself, and he thought any side effect from the vaccine was actually more of an issue for him than actually getting COVID, considering his health and his age. And he got through it in a few days with very little issues, if any, and now has natural immunity. But yet I know a lot of other NFL players that took the vaccine that keep testing positive and missing games. So can some of your scientists here or some of your administration now explain to me scientifically why Aaron Rodgers needs the vaccine? And I would have just loved to have seen that two-block moment. But you know, he's been told, look, keep pushing that vaccine now, these mandates and all that. You when you were sick, he did the what's the big deal? What's the big deal,
Rick? We are jab nuts right now.
Yeah, you talking about the jab that people still keep getting COVID and still keep passing it, even though it does help them hopefully not to get real sick. I'm okay with that.
Overall, it's great.
But we got to stop saying that you who are unvaccinated catch it and pass it, and if you get vaccinated, you won't catch it and pass it. That's not true.
Yeah, that
just isn't true.
The next elected official who's supposed to be a responsible adult, a representative of the people they serve,
right.
Democrat or Republican, and they get president, governor, librarian, it doesn't matter, wherever you are on the chart, that says this is a pandemic of the unvaccinated, I may kick them right in the face.
Yep.
I'm sorry. I can't temper myself anymore. I'm trying to show class, but I can't.
And what I would do is I want to see the numbers, when we have these spikes and everything, which are natural occurring.
Right.
I want to see the numbers of how many people in this week's number of test positive people, because they don't talk about who's sick. They just say who tests positive.
Yeah, I know.
I want to see the test positive people every week. I want you to categorize the unvaccinated and the vaccinated, and I want to see those numbers. I want to see those numbers.
Can I tell
Because
you?
apparently, on what we're seeing every day, every time a player gets put back on the protocol again who's fully vaccinated, and as I said, I've got a friend of mine that asked me to pray for his dad over the weekend who's fully vaccinated and has had a booster and still got COVID, which means if he's got it, he can still pass it, okay? And hopefully it's going to be good. It'll help him not have a hard time with it. But it did not keep him from catching it. And I would be the biggest vaccine proponent you've ever seen if this vaccine was working, meaning everybody who gets it, they're done with COVID. Because then I would say, well, good, we can get to the other side of this thing. But that's not what's taking place. No. It's really just, to me, over in the category of treatments. And hopefully it does its job there. But it doesn't stop you from getting it, and it doesn't stop you from passing it. And we need to quit. I mean, just saying that is like being in some fantasy world. That's not true. That's that fake world thing.
What is our percentage of fully vaccinated now, do you think?
I don't know. Where are we at as a country? Does anybody know?
Have they officially thrown the booster in to be fully, or I know they're talking about it.
Well, let's just say that
everybody.
Two.
You got two shots.
Let's say you got at least two shots.
What are we in the country?
I don't know. Was it 70%?
I thought we were at 70, which
I was thinking.
What is that? Well, Adler's got something here. 61% at December 14th, Americans fully country, according to CDC data. 61%. Well, I mean, if you've got that much vaccination, you ought to be putting a real dent in it, right?
Yeah. So how are we doing on hospitalizations and death?
Well, it depends on where you're at.
But but isn't it overall down?
Overall, but some places are having a spike right now.
Well, I got spike, but I mean, are people going to the hospital and dying?
I don't know. I don't know.
I understand spike in positive cases. I got that.
But the point being, if in the true sense of a vaccine, with that many people, or if some areas I know are much higher than that, 75 or 80, the disease ought to be waning at this point. But the point is, it's a leaky vaccine. So we act like you do this, you're responsible, you've done your part, but it doesn't do your part.
Well, our president said if you're vaccinated, you're patriotic. If you're unvaccinated, you're not.
Right.
And that's not true.
Well,
I mean, and that was what we took on yesterday. That's just not true. So I mean, these kind of statements are outlandish. I mean, they borderline on lunacy.
Well, it's like a lot of things. The market will drive this, and if you're doing things to hurt the market moving in the direction you want to, you probably need to hush. And I don't think he's helped at all. I think and we've been over this. The whole thing's been bad marketing.
It's been terrible.
It's like electric cars, okay?
You've divided people, and now you pitted people against each other.
There are people who think if we're not driving electric cars, the world is going to end, okay? I disagree with that, but there are people who believe that. So what do we do? If I believe that, what do we do to get people in electric cars? Do we make them have to buy electric cars? Well, that doesn't really work. We've tried that. But what is driving the move to electric cars, and we got more electric cars now than we've ever had? People want them. They're cool. I like the way they look. I like the way they drive. They're more convenient. They're more economic for me. So guess what? We're selling cars. You got to do the same thing with this. You need to make it so people want to get vaccinated. You can't push the horse's head underwater and expect him to drink. It's never worked.
No.
And they ought to know better than this, but there's a control factor to this too.
And now even CNN is admitting that Biden's approval ratings are bleak. Here's CNN. CNN now. Here it is.
And we begin with our brand new CNN poll. The numbers are bleak, beyond bleak for the president and for his party as we now count the days to the midterm election year and the midterm fight to control Congress. Economic pain and anxiety are behind the country's sour mood. And that coast-to-coast COVID frustration you just heard is the driving force of this sobering, very sobering year-end report card. Let's take a look at the numbers. Number one, the president's approval rating is the North Star of midterm election politics. Our new poll finds the president at 49% approval, 51% disapproval. Relatively evenly divided country in our poll. But our poll has a number slightly better when you average out the last 5 or 6 polls, which is the smart thing to do, never invest in just one poll. You see the president's approval rating at the end of the year averages at 45%, 51% disapprove. Only Donald Trump was lower than that at this point of his presidency. We know what happened to the Republicans in the first midterm of the Trump presidency. This is the challenge for Democrats. Can you change that number over the course of the next few months?
So you heard CNN.
And that's as favorable of number you've seen out there.
Yeah, I've seen 38 on some.
Oh, yeah.
But listen,
mid-30s.
CNN said the two things that
Beyond
are hurting him.
bleak.
And they said, but why? Sick and tired of this COVID thing that they want.
Economic.
And the economic strain.
If you go back and you hold Joe Biden accountable for what he said as a candidate, he gets a big F.
We'll be right
back.
Done.
Yep.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's 7 minutes to the top of the hour. Largest number of people, shortest amount of time. We're grabbing phone calls and rolling them through. Timeout on Helmsy and a timeout at Bubba. At the end of 30 seconds, bam, the buzzer sounds. Your time on the program is done, and we'll move to the next caller. Let's get started with Damien out of Jacksonville, I think, Alabama. Hey, Damien, go ahead. Welcome to the program.
How's it going, y'all?
We're good, Damien. How you doing, buddy?
I thought y'all forgot about me for a minute.
Well, it's we do a lot of things other than calls, but you know what? Kudos to you for hanging in there.
I can be patient when I need to be. So
well, thank you.
I've been married to a teacher for the past going on 6 years, and I got a little predicament. I need to ask y'all about. So
okay.
For this amount of time, I have a 12-year-old daughter from a previous marriage. She has 2 boys, and she's a teacher. She's been a teacher for almost 20 years, and over this amount of time, she has seemed to get jealous anytime I get something for my daughter. And at first, it wasn't really that big of a deal until my daughter started getting older and stuff got more expensive. Right. And me and her both, we make pretty good money.
No,
and
can't hide it.
I'm a truck driver. Like I said, she's a teacher. And by the way, if any of y'all schools out there is listening, y'all don't pay y'all's teachers near enough. But it's getting to the point now to where me and her are arguing about anything that I do for my daughter.
So when y'all got married, how old was your daughter?
Well, when I got married, my daughter was 6.
Okay, so she's been her stepmom for ever since she's 6 years old?
Yes.
And how old is she now?
She's 12.
So can I ask you, in the 6 years, did you legitimize your wife as the mother and have the same parental standing on making decisions that y'all made those decisions together involving your daughter, or did you do hey, this was my daughter from another marriage, and I do things with her and you don't have any say in it?
No, she has a minor in psychology. She has her master's.
Yeah,
in general education.
That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking in your family, when you made her your wife, did she instantly have the same standing as far as you're concerned in your daughter's life as you do, meaning y'all made these decisions concerning the child you both are raising together?
Yes.
Okay.
Everything, I've asked her, every time we was going to do something, we set rules. If Brooke, got in trouble at school, which really was never, she got a C earlier this year, and she's been on restriction for it.
Yeah, but y'all make those decisions together. You don't do the deal of, hey, this is my child, and you married in here, and you weren't her biological mama, so I'm gonna do things for her, no matter how you feel about it. You don't have that attitude.
No, I have I took Brooke to go get her school clothes.
Right.
It was winter clothes,
right.
And my wife got mad because of how much I was spending.
Right.
And then she was like, Christmas is coming up in 4 months. I was like, well, it's getting cold. She needs more winter clothes. She grew out of her other ones.
Yeah.
She got mad about that, and I told her, I said, look, there's no, because her son lives with us. Not her oldest son, but the one that's in college.
Sorry.
And I do everything for him. I bought him a new laptop.
All right. Okay, so I see what you're painting, Damien. For time's sake, and for I'm going to go ahead and cut to the chase.
For the
okay.
love of all the audience.
Yeah. First of all, and I always say divorce is the sin that keeps on giving. And this is not the way that God intended the family to be set up. But you know what? We all make mistakes, and sometimes we don't do things the way God said to, and we can be redeemed. And then we got to make the best of the design that we chose that He never intended. So what you find in the world of step-parents and all that is this confusion about these kids that get caught in the crossfire. And the best way to do it is to say, these children are being parented by us. You are my wife. I am your husband. These are our children. and you don't you parent and make decisions if just a daughter, whether she is her stepdaughter or biological daughter, if she's your wife, y'all have discussions on how much money you're going to spend on clothing, and you talk about Christmas gifts coming up, and you organize that as if the family were designed the way God intended it. And then you do the same thing involving the son that she brought into it, and you don't treat it as if it's a different arrangement, because it causes this kind of confusion, and it causes also this kind of disdain and jealousy, so really, just you need to treat your marriage as a redeemed marriage, and you and your wife need to make decisions involving these children together. Period. And that doesn't need to
make a budget and stick to it.
Yeah, and so it's not, you don't do it a different way, because that pits children against parents, and it makes one parent feel like that they're a second-class parent, and it causes all this mess. You need to make these decisions involving all these children together, as if these children have belonged to both of you from the very beginning. To do it otherwise is to lead to chaos. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
7 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler. The gang is all here as we move forward, and then we make our way to tomorrow's big year ender. We end it not just for the year, but we say goodbye to the Broadcast Plaza and Teleport. People are coming by today, paying their last respects. They'll do that again tomorrow, I'm sure. The bulletproof glass, people pressing their faces up against it, looking in here for one last time. And then we go away for 2 weeks of vacation. Best of shows will be plenty. There'll be some adjustments and a lot of engineers working to move us to a new studio. And Lord willing, we'll be live on the air January the 4th from the new studio. If you want to know what the odds of us being live on that day and all across the network smoothly, just pay attention to the best of shows. If you hear the boys struggling, we'll probably be struggling too. If you hear it running kind of smooth, we ought to be heading in the right direction. That'll be a great indicator of what you should expect on January the 4th. Just listen to the guys rotating through the best of shows. And if all of a sudden you're like, hey, the best of show's not on today, that's not a good time. But we'll.
So what color is that wallpaper in there in the new studio?
Oh, I have no idea.
Beige?
It's like
Okay.
it's a
Is it
neutral.
beige?
Yeah, it's a neutral.
I saw it today. To me,
I called it the beige bomber.
I don't know what color it was. I went into there. Of course, no surprise there. I didn't pay attention to it.
Yeah.
So I really
I'm going to really focus now, Bub.
right.
Beige.
Yeah. So it may be.
Beige.
Bubba's back.
Bubba's back.
And
Bubba's back.
What was that?
Glad to be here.
What was if I could remember that song, Backstreet's Back? If we had done that, Bubba's back.
Bubba's back. All right.
Well,
oh, look at there.
Look at that right there. Look at that right there. It is time for gift number 11.
Jingle bells.
Gift number 11. Bubba, tell them what they got a shot at right now.
Rick, I know you love a lock and key deal.
Oh, I love it. About to get involved in a good one.
So do I. I have, we are giving away the DJI Mini 2. Now, this is a drone, complete setup, everything you need, drone, controller, batteries, carrying case, everything you need to go from I don't know anything about drones to, hey, I'm in the drone business, right there in that box. One box.
That fires me up.
Huh? Right here.
Right there.
That box right there, and I'm going to tell you how much it's worth.
Uh-huh.
It is worth $599.
600 big ones.
This is the DJI Mini 2 Fly Combo.
There
is
it
actually the name of it.
Yep.
And you get this high-level video transmission back from it.
Yep.
You get digital zoom, wind resistance, quick transfer, the data you get down. If you want to get into drones, this is where you start right here.
Right
here.
Right there.
At a mere $249,000.
Oh, my goodness.
Huh?
So, all right, so let's talk about what collar we should do here.
Fly more combo.
You could say, have we already done collar 14 for the 14 years we were here?
Yeah. I think
Did we
so.
do that one
Yeah,
already?
we got to go higher now.
Yeah, well, I'm telling you now,
This is a biggie.
yesterday we did 136, was
We
it?
could do 28 years.
All right.
Because that's what we're wrapping up. We
All
could go 11th day, and then 6 staff members. What's that give us? 45.
How you like that?
That ain't high enough.
You want bigger?
He
I
wants
think you
bigger.
gotta go
Add
up.
100 to it.
You want to go 145?
What about 150? Make it a good
All right,
round number.
150. Good gracious.
150.
Well, that's a lot of
Sorry, Rick.
That's all right. I mean, we can get that done.
By the way, I was at home trying to call in. I couldn't get in.
No, you didn't.
What if
No
you'd
way.
have won?
Huh?
No, it didn't even come close.
Huh. All I kept getting was a recording saying this number, you can't call it or something.
So it shut down.
Yeah, it was locked out, bumped out or something.
All right, 1, 2,
That's
3,
the only
4,
way we-
5, 6,
Big
7,
audience,
8, 9,
folks.
You know, we
10.
took that ambulance service off the air one time, so we've had to limit it. Can't hear you.
30.
Okay.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 40.
Going to
1, 2,
150.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 50.
Ladies and
1,
gentlemen.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 60. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 70. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 80.
Almost
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 90. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Hello, Rick and Bubba Show. Hey, Sean. You were caller 100.
Little short. Or as we like to say, 2/3 of the way home.
All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Hello, Rick and Bubba Show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Kristen from Birmingham.
Caller 140.
10 off.
Oh, wow. All right, here we go. 141, 142, 143, 144, 145. Hey, Rick and Bubba Show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
This is Pam from Asheville.
Oh, you were calling 146. Wow. Really close. Real close.
All right.
Hey, good news, though.
Hey, Rick and Bubba Show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Tank from Crawford, Mississippi.
Oh, Tank, 147.
Oh,
what did he win, Greg?
Yeah.
Hey, good news, Tank.
You can't have nothing.
You're not going away empty-handed. Oh, yeah, you are. You got nothing.
Hi, Rick and Bubba Show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Tyler from Oxford.
Oh, Oxford. Man, you got a little louder.
Big O.
148.
Too short of the money.
No champion today.
Good news, though.
What, Greg, what did he win?
Nothing.
Hey, Greg, all right. Hey, Rick and Bubba Show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
This is Gary from Boaz.
You want to tell him, Bubba?
Gary, you are one short.
149.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
That hurt.
What did he win, Greg?
Let me think. Nothing.
Okay. All right. Hi, Rick and Bubba Show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Ken, I'm from Mount Olive.
Say that again.
Ken from Mount Olive.
Ken, you are the winner.
Caller 150.
You did it. Ken, you the winner.
Do it, Ken. Olive. And Ken, you got it done, buddy. Bubba, what did Ken win?
Oh, we lost Ken.
The DJI Mini 2 Fly More combo, Rick. It's the complete drone setup. You get the drone, controller, batteries, carrying case. You go from A to Z with this pack to get you started. It's a $599 value.
How about that? Mount Olive.
I cannot believe this.
How about, hey, Ken, you got it done. How long you been listening to Rick and Bubba?
Oh, man, I can't remember how far back. It's before the crazy monkey on the corner golf course.
How about that? Before the monkey incident on the golf course.
Ken, hold on
Yeah,
just a minute, okay?
All right, buddy. All right, appreciate you.
Hang on.
Ken. There you go.
That drone going to be flying all over Mount Olive.
I pictured it. Hey, Rick and Bubba, what's your name? Where you calling from?
Michael from Kentucky.
Oh, Michael.
Michael, what part of Kentucky?
Murray.
Murray, Kentucky. You are one call late.
Golly, 151.
Well, ain't that a kick in the goober?
Yes, it is.
And Greg, what did he win?
Well, I got good news, Rick.
What do you win?
He won nothing.
Oh! Is that a sign to stop doing
Yep.
that? Is that a sign that I should take a
Doggone.
Rick, he took a kick. He took a kick.
Hi, Rick and Bubba Show. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Neil from Gadsden.
Oh, Neil, you can sense it, can't you?
Yeah, he.
What do you think?
sir.
What caller do you think you are, Neil?
Probably 151 or 152.
Yep, 152. You were
152.
right before Rick hit the
No,
button.
I didn't.
Oh,
touch
okay.
it. Yeah.
Man, y'all supposed to see my name and pick it up when it's supposed to. Come on now.
Come on. Man.
Well, Gadsden, all 2080.
Yeah,
Golly.
Neil, thank you.
Golly.
You're too short. I
Oh,
mean,
God.
probably a nanosecond made a difference. But
Wow. You know what that sound was you heard? It's that thing connected to it again. Isn't that weird?
well, that's all right. I ain't got to hear it one more day.
No, that's true. Well, there it is, Bubba. Ken from Mount Olive takes on the drone.
Ken, congratulations.
One gift remains.
That's a
Tomorrow, it's a $2,500 gift tomorrow. $2,500 tomorrow. All right.
The biggie.
We'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
believe it, please.
22 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Congratulations to Ken, Mount Olive, Alabama. Picks up the drone package today. $600 gift. Tomorrow, $2,500,000. I'm just kidding. $2,500 worth of gift tomorrow. It's going to be the Bumper Net package tomorrow. Got all kinds of cool stuff. I mean, you're basically going to get a game room if you win that thing tomorrow. They got all kinds of cool stuff to put. So we'll look at that on tomorrow's program. The last one that will ever be done in the broadcast plaza.
Speaking of games, you brought it up, Bumper Nets. What are y'all thoughts on a dartboard?
For the new studio?
For the new studio.
Here's my problem with the dartboard. I've had one down at the barn. It starts out.
Sorry, Greg.
It starts out a pile of fun.
Yeah.
Okay. People can't hit the dartboard.
We're thinking cork board to save the wall.
Okay, and then you lose the darts.
You do lose the darts.
And then the ends of them break. The feather part comes off. Yeah. I know, but I'm just talking about it'll be ongoing maintenance on darts. Just know that.
Okay.
I'm okay with it.
Sorry, shut that down, Greg.
No, I'm okay with it. You just got to
have pinball.
You just have to be kind of prepared,
like
for the hey, you're gonna come in and somebody's gonna say, "Hey, man, did you go by and pick some more darts?" No,
we've never
the fletchings.
We've never taken on the pool table, ping pong table. We've tried, and that's kind of become a bit within the staff for the people not playing.
Yeah.
Bubba and I loved it.
Then we served Thanksgiving dinner on it one time.
Yeah.
Before y'all got here, we had a basketball goal one time.
Yeah.
Where was that?
Huh?
Where was that?
Up on the hill, Big Boy Bluff. We had a basketball
Where
goal
was
out
it?
there. It was over on the side. It wasn't where the bluff, but over on the side for a
I don't
while.
think I ever shot ball on it.
Well, we did about twice.
Yeah,
I'm trying to think of ways in
Now?
that hall area that we can like when we're sitting around talking, hanging out. Hey, let's throw some darts while we work this out.
I don't know that darts is a good game with doors on all ends because you're always got that person that walked out at the wrong moment.
No, this is why we're talking about.
Can I tell you what though?
It's got cornhole written all over.
Positive side. Salesperson comes uninvited.
Yeah, you can dart them.
Oh, I was throwing darts. Hey, radio programmer comes in. Oh man, I'm sorry, I didn't see you.
Rick, the time that you kicked one of our salespeople in the nose.
All right, now that was
with
an
a soccer ball.
Forgot about that.
That was an accident.
I was actually here for that one.
No. It was a prior location.
Oh, well, you did something like that similar here.
Right. I have to watch myself. That's why I don't get involved in stuff anymore. You know, once you've been.
You didn't mean to do it.
No, I didn't.
And it was bad.
It hit hard.
And
it hit hard.
When you
a soccer ball to the face, I'm talking about kicked off my large.
How about
foot.
a red mark?
Hey, kicked off mine like I kicked it as hard as I possibly could, and I was not directing. I was not directing it at her, and it hit her right in the throat. Now, in all fairness, she never came back anymore.
Well, that
and she was kind of getting on Rick for something. They were having a slightly heated discussion.
Couldn't have been timed any better.
And Rick kicked the soccer ball, hit her right in the face, about knocked her out.
Rick
and Greg walking around.
Greg, it was awful.
Like this. Telling us about how much money she'd spent on her nose job.
Greg, I mean, yeah, because that was that first sales month. That first group of ladies that the show first took off, they made so much money.
Oh yeah,
I mean they were constantly they got everything fixed.
She didn't even care.
Yeah, new cars.
Greg, they toured Europe together.
Right.
Seriously.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Yeah. That was when
good for them.
That was when it was a new product in town and everybody wanted to try it.
Yeah,
and
a little taste.
They did really, really well. But and it was a different time.
Why were you kicking?
You weren't independent.
Were you inside?
Well, there was some soccer ball in there, and I don't know what I was doing about because I don't like soccer.
Well, I think Rick was dribbling it.
Yeah, I was messing around
and bouncing it while he was having a somewhat heated discussion.
And then he kicked.
Frankly, she showed up at the office. And like we did, the show was over, and we were trying to let off a little steam by goofing off like you're talking about with darts. Exactly same thing. See what I'm talking about? Yeah. And then she wanted to have a discussion I don't think was in the mood to have. And it had to do with some client, something.
Right in the face.
And I was like, and then it looked like, even though it's not true, that I kicked the ball toward her.
Okay,
I'm shut her up.
Yeah, and that's not what happened.
Can I tell you?
That's what it appeared.
Can I tell you how I remember it? Can I tell you how I remember it?
It looked bad.
Can I tell you my recollection, which may be wrong? Okay, I want to understand it may be wrong.
Right, sure.
You're dribbling the ball, maybe even with two hands, kind
of
as a nerve, kind of as just a tick.
You're right. It was a drop.
I'm
kick.
having a discussion.
And boom.
And she goes, Rick, it's very hard to talk to you while you're bouncing that ball. So he went like that and hit her right in the face with it.
I think I dropped
added that?
I don't think I kicked it off the ground. I think I drop kicked it.
Well, it was.
Yeah.
Do you think Bubba added that?
No.
He will add.
He will.
He will add.
He don't mean to, but he does.
Can I tell you this?
Bubba
too?
rewrites the script so it'll fit what he
really
wants.
does.
You think I'm an exaggerator?
Can I tell you this? When he does it, though, his ads do make the story better.
Oh, yeah.
Now, a lot of times they're
yeah.
not true.
Yeah,
but they do.
They're dead on.
But it does make the story better.
It does. And in the end, that's what we're looking for.
You're a great storyteller.
You are.
You are. And there's some comedic.
Even though you don't think they're true.
Well, some are. And
some of them we've lived, and when we hear you tell them, we're
They're
like,
mostly
oh, wow.
true.
They are.
Quite
They're
true.
mostly.
But they're based on Rick. They're based on actual events.
The things you add.
Thank you.
It's
That's
like a movie based on a book.
Right, yeah.
Netflix miniseries.
But it was awful, terrible. I apologized. I offered to finance the refixing of the nose, if that was needed.
You realize how many broken bones you've had to refinance for people?
I know. That's why I don't play games anymore.
Yeah.
I can't play. I'm too rough.
And you're
to play
talking
with
about a
others.
dartboard?
Yeah.
Hey, horrible thought. I'm sorry.
Can I tell you a great thing about
trying
your
to,
dartboard?
trying to
Jim.
enhance the new studio. That's what I'm doing.
Can I tell you what I like about your dartboard
Team
choice?
building. Y'all don't care.
Let me show you why I like your dartboard choice over the choices we've made in the past. Okay? Hey, guys, y'all got to move to another studio. Hey, let me get the dartboard.
Yeah,
Exactly.
That is easy. You're right.
A lot better than ping
Lot
pong
better.
tables,
Pool
and
table,
treadmills, and
yeah,
hanging
pinball.
tables, and foosball, and pinball,
Yeah.
and I mean, you just grab that, put it on your arm, you go.
That guy got that inversion thing the other day.
He did early too.
Before the
Really?
kickoff hour.
We loaded her up for him.
Yeah.
The thing about it, he brought it 10 years ago,
Right.
and then come back and got
How
it.
about he said he needed it now because he's a truck driver now and he drives a lot and he really needs that extension now.
Well,
So
the good
we've-
news is that we only hung on it maybe twice.
I got
before we
tired of
told
saying
him.
Bubba on it so much.
Yeah, and because it was not
Not
as
comfortable.
It was not as pleasant an experience as I thought it was going to be.
Well, we
Yeah.
needed the relief for our back, but we're afraid we're going to give ourselves a stroke in our
Right.
head.
Yeah, so you had to pick your poison.
And then Speedy got upset about it. We remember
Boy,
that.
Yes.
like, it led
One
to
of his
a-
kids
a
involved.
family out
Right.
argument.
Greg, you witnessed that.
Oh yeah, he but somehow tries to pull me in it. But
Right. Did I tell you that we figured out why? Because you look at the phone bank right now. Did you know we figured out why those people are still calling yesterday? Did you hear that part of the show?
No, I don't think so.
A lot of them are tubers, and they've put the show on pause for whatever reason. And what we're doing is just now happening for them.
Or tune in because they can pause it.
Yeah,
too.
it's people pausing the show for
Roger that.
So now they're hearing it, but they're behind.
Are you sure you're not exaggerating that?
We took 5-6 calls.
Right.
possible,
Right.
Possible, though.
Right.
if needed.
If needed.
We're not adding to it.
Loosely based on the truth.
Right. But the foundational is true.
I said with your story, that's how I remember it. And I admit I could be wrong because
I like your story.
Quite frankly, it was a long time ago.
I can't remember it, so I can't dispute it. That might have been exactly how it went.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour, Rick and Bubba show. Have you gone and sent yourself or made sure that somebody on your Christmas list will now begin to receive boxes of awesome? Well, you should. It's a great idea, especially for the hard-to-buy for a person. Once you go to boxofawesome.com, you're going to love these. I mean, it's so cool. You start looking forward to it, going, hey, what's in this box? Can't wait to see it. And the stuff that's in there is based on a little question and answer survey that they take about you if you're going to receive the box or if you're sending as a gift about that person. Guaranteed to have over $70 worth of gear inside. What kind of gear are you talking about, Rick? Well, a lot of it has to do with the questions that you answer. I mean, there's some winter threads in there, so some cool clothing might be in there, a cool shirt, maybe a toboggan, something like that. A camping gear if somebody's into camping, grooming goods, gadgets. You'll love it for every part of life. So go to boxofawesome.com right now and get it done. It doesn't cost anything to sign up and get started. You can cancel anytime you want to. You can decide when you want the boxes, how often. So go to boxofawesome.com with the code BUBBA, and we'll also get you 20% off your first box. So boxofawesome.com, the code BUBBA, for 20% off that first box. Also, it's at rickandbubba.com under sponsors. Bubba, a lot of sports news today. Have you seen all this?
What part?
Well, let's talk about the Texas A&M Aggies.
How about the Aggies? They moved to the top of the early signing list, right?
Early signing list. Aggies sitting at number 1. The Road Tide sitting at number 2. Bama's all Ramma Jamma Yellowhammer. Look up top. There's always Bama. And
now, keep in mind, this is early signing. We have a normal signing period later, so this is not the final. But, of course, it's always better to be higher than lower, I guess, right?
This will go on till tomorrow, the year-ender. So they still got time to make some moves, guys.
Yep.
So speaking of exaggeration, we said that Deion Sanders has flipped the number 1 overall college football recruit.
How about that?
It's actually number 2. The number 2 overall college football.
Well, they were saying number 1 yesterday.
Yeah, okay, but that's just the story.
Yeah, it makes the story better.
I guess it depends on who's ranking. It's two different, probably.
Yeah. So it's both are right.
Yeah, ESPN was reporting number 1 yesterday.
Yeah,
I did see that.
Today they're reporting number 2. This is from ESPN.com.
Well, I don't know why they're changing it.
247. You got these.
Hey,
pretty big product.
They also said they would like us to know his vaccination status if we want to. I'm just kidding.
There are other stories coming out, Rick, that are saying that once all this is hashed out, that the NIL deal that he got to come there is outrageous.
Cornerback
did
Travis.
I hear 1.5?
I've heard that.
Okay.
Now, I don't know if that's any.
We can't verify.
We
that,
don't know
but there
that.
is a rumor that it was around $1.5 million to sign. Because let's face it, if you're the number 1 or 2 prospect in the country, you're probably not going to Jackson State.
No, I mean, that's nothing against Jackson State. That's the same thing with, the schools that we love, like Jacksonville State, and UAB, probably not if you're number 1 or number 2 in the whole country.
Right.
And really, I was surprised Florida State had him. But Florida State had him. Deion Sanders has flipped him to Jackson State. And as you all said correctly, welcome to the world of the NIL. I remember on this show, we said, man, this is going to be a huge deal for small schools. Because these smaller schools are going to, if they've got big-time donors and people who love their program that have jack and have things that need to be endorsed, they can do NIL deals, and suddenly through an NIL deal, here it is, it just happened, we can now recruit with the big boys.
Now, here's the thing, Rick, and we probably need to get some experts on here to discuss this because we're certainly not.
Well, but that's never stopped us.
Well, the universities, though, cannot have anything to do with these deals, but they have to be advised of what these deals are. So this is an independent deal between an athlete, a student athlete, and an outside entity. But the university has to know the terms of the deal but can't get involved in the deal. But yet you have boosters who are obviously paying the NIL deals. It's a real strange mix that I'm not sure we all fully understand how this is going to play out yet. But you see where this is crazy. And Lane Kiffin had a great article a day ago now, I guess maybe a day and a half, about that the transfer portal was free agency now and kids are going to the money. It's not about the team. It's about quick bucks. We all knew it was going to be this way. But it may get I mean, it's hot coals right now. At what point does it turn into a forest fire and people have to go, well, time out?
See, right now, they don't know what to do with it. They don't know how to regulate it, so
Well,
anything goes.
They can't. And see, that's the key. The courts have said the NCAA has nothing to do with this. Is outside. This is like private business.
Yeah,
but
between the player
it's
and
going
whoever.
to affect these institutions and their money and their donors.
Yeah.
It's really an odd animal. You know, it's kind of like the statue outside the UN that, you know, looks like a jaguar but has wings of an eagle and maybe a mouth of a bear. But it's a real strange thing, and we don't know how this is going to play yet.
Yeah, I haven't seen the statue you're talking about.
Yeah.
Don't look at it right before bedtime.
I thought you were quoting Ezekiel for a minute.
Well, I was.
And that's
Daniel.
why people,
But, you know-
that's why people are wigged out, bud.
Like the Texas thing, to me, is brilliant. They've come in. It's actually for a charity, but of course you can pay people that help with your charity, and the money is to pancake something charity for, you know, representing offensive line, pancaking people. And if you're an offensive lineman at Texas on scholarship, we're gonna pay you $50,000 a year, plus what you got.
But see, it gets weird
That'll help
because
you build offensive
again, Rick, Greg, think about this: you have a charity who raises money through the charity IRS laws, and now they're spending money paying football players to come to a school
To be spokesman for
but
it,
the
so.
school who wants the best football players can have nothing to do with the NIL deal. I mean, they can't. They won't even discuss it other than we need a copy of it to know what they're obligated to do.
Yeah.
Boy, it's a strange animal.
Let me tell you something. And a friend of mine's texting right now. He said, you know, the no longer will you see schools on probation for the $100 handshake.
No.
The $100 handshake that is alive, and I mean you can do it now.
Honestly, I don't know how they can ever get put on probation again.
I know.
Well,
To me,
under this.
anything goes.
Well, and now Dabo Swinney is also sounding off. He said the transfer portal players are being manipulated, and the NIL rules has changed college football forever, and the transfer portal is causing the most headaches for coaches. You said, Bubba, they mentioned Lane Kiffin's article in here, saying that
if y'all haven't read it, read it.
That
Lane says that, you better listen.
And Dabo Swinney is saying the same thing. He said it's there's right around 2,000 kids in the portal right now, and most of them don't even have anywhere to go. And there's so much tampering going on, and so many adults manipulating young people. It's sad, you know, but it is what it is. You got a lot of young people. There's a time and place, but most of the kids are in there, and when they really shouldn't be. They think the transfer portal. I didn't like the way today went, so I run to the portal.
Yeah.
And then somebody's in the portal say, well, come here. There's $50,000 just to be an offensive lineman.
Let me ask you this, and I don't know. I'm not privy to these contracts. Of course, Rick, we were some of the forerunners in the NIL deals. I don't want to bring that up.
Well, no need to brag.
But the amount's a little different.
It is.
But if you are like the kid that went to Ohio State, he left high school early, signed with Ohio State. We know he got at least $1 million in NIL deals to go to Ohio State.
Reporting.
Now he is transferred.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What happened to that money? Does he keep it? Does he have to give it
What were
back?
the terms of his contract with
Yeah,
him? You
right,
know,
right,
Yeah.
exactly.
You have to meet these goals to get this. So you don't hear all that because, like you
Is
said,
it guaguaranteed money?
And it was local businesses
Is
to
it
his
based
hometown
on
too.
playing time? Is it based? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but if I look to their point, I would go. I do an NIL with a local kid, and I'm a local business, okay, or he's at the local college, and I had that deal for him to be talking about me all the time. He just left, and I paid him this amount of money. I didn't get what I paid for.
If I'm the local restaurant,
So
if
what
I'm the
happens?
local tire store, if I'm the local car dealership, and I pay a young man to do commercials for me, thinking that his name and image is going to influence or people that hear my ads, and I pay him money, and then he leaves, he's in another state, that doesn't work anymore. So do you get to end that agreement?
I don't know.
Is it pending you being on that team?
Well, we hear
Sure
Bryce Thomas, not Bryce Young, excuse me, before the season.
$1 million. Close
but
to it.
what is it? I haven't seen him on anything. Is it based just on
I have.
some of them
I
are
have.
memorabilia deals?
I've
you know,
heard
we would provide autographs and all that.
He was doing a one of the sub sandwich places.
Okay.
And he says the team all eats it. And hey, this is Bryce Young. Can't remember which one it was.
Okay. But I'm just saying, you would think.
I think they just I don't think they can be the player at that point. They have to just be them. You know, they can't represent the team.
They can't wear the
Yeah,
uniform.
you can't wear
and all
the
that.
uniform or colors or.
Well, I heard the commercial that Bryce Young did, and I can't remember which sub place it was. It wasn't Subway. Was it
Jimmy's John's?
something like that? and but he did throw in there. Because
Wait
you
a
didn't
minute,
hear
no,
him,
I
it was
think I
audio.
have heard that, too.
It was audio, and he threw in there that the team enjoys them, and for the
Well,
games and
you're
that.
probably all right with that.
Yeah, but he doesn't. You don't see him. It's
There'll
just
be
it was just audio on.
Yeah, right. And look, here's
but he
the
tells
thing.
you who he is.
Rick, this goes back to years ago, and we've talked about this.
It was
the
Subway.
NCAA.
Was it?
The NCAA had an opportunity to fix this. There was a tidal wave coming. We all knew it was coming, but they were snotty about it, thought they had full control. Nobody would ever dare touch them, and they got their legs knocked out from under them, never to be the same again. So there's a lesson here. If they had been paying these athletes along the way to help them be students and do the things that students want to do and earn a little money, they could have probably avoided this for a while. I mean, it might eventually got to that. But they tried to be difficult, and it burned them.
And I guess a lot of it, I didn't think about this, comes with the social media. I have all these followers.
Oh,
I put
yeah.
your product
Oh, yeah,
on
that's
there.
all they care about.
There's people
probably what
making
the majority of it is.
Well, there's people out there making big
Oh, yeah,
money.
that
with
aren't
it.
college
Rick, Bryce Young's Subway sandwich is named the Tuscaloosa.
That was it. Yeah, that's the one I heard.
Yeah.
Quarterback Emory Jones too, also leaving Florida.
Yeah.
He's going in the portal after a redshirt junior season. So Emory Jones.
Is it the Tuscaloosa special? Remember the Philly special?
We'll be back. Phone calls to wrap up the hour, or any stories you may have missed. 866 We Be Big. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 9 minutes now, 8 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba phone show to wrap up the hour. Don't forget, too, from themanchurch.com tonight, Mac Brunson speaking at First Baptist Church, Opelika, for their man church. If you never heard Mac preach and teach, and you can get there tonight, you'll thank me for that. So that's tonight, First Baptist Church, Opelika. You're welcome to join them, and they got great food tonight, too. All right, let's start with our 30 seconds of pop. We'll start with Tom in Pell City at the end of 30. This happens. Tom, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead. How are you?
Mac, Mac, Mac. It's the last time I do that, fellas. I'm sorry. Next year, I don't want any more COVID talk, news talk. I'm focusing on Christ. I'm done with it. The best thing y'all can do, there's a ton of radio shows out there that talk about COVID. Give everybody the Christmas present of no COVID. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year, fellas.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the call. Yeah, it's we
it's a great dream.
Yeah, it is. It is. I think I'm fully. I feel like I understand what he's talking about. I'm at the point now where, like he's talking about, I get it. You know how sometimes I remember the first time that when I had a discussion one time with things I could do better parenting. And one of my sons said, "Do we really have the right to say that?" I said, "You do." He goes, "Well, I just want you to know, like when you told us to stop leaving empty water bottles laying around downstairs and to put them in the trash, we got it."
In other words,
and he goes, and we cleaned it up, and then because I talked about it for about another 10 minutes.
Yeah.
I think what's happened with this on COVID is I understand the risk, I understand what treatments are available to me. I fully understand the situation.
I see the lines where they're drawn.
Yeah, I completely understand it. I know we got to live with it. I see all the things that have happened. I think I can kind of get an idea of what's to come, and we're all working through it, and, hey, we got it. Let's go to Richard in Huntsville. Richard, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Good morning, guys. War Eagle.
Hey, thank you for calling.
So good news out of Auburn is Bo Nix is being replaced, but with a number one pick kicker in the country. If we get Adler to pull up a photo of Alex McPherson, tell me there's not something strange there.
Alex McPherson.
Okay. All right.
The kicker from, was it Fort Payne?
Yeah.
Let's go
Big
to
leg. Didn't he kick a 60-something yarder?
Then his brother was good. He kicks for somebody now.
David in Prattville.
Maybe.
David, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Wow.
Hey, great show today. Hey, Rick, I know Greg's going to hate me when I say this. Are you going to be seeing the new Spider-Man movie while y'all were on break, the No Way Home movie?
Having a little hard time getting excited about it. More Spider-Man. It's almost like I kind of got that too, but I like Spider-Man. I usually enjoy those movies.
I do too. Can I ask you a question? He's fighting the same old people again.
They're all
back though.
They all stirred them up, and they all came back at once.
No. I'm not like going like I sleep in like Spider.
Can we come up with a new villain?
Yeah. The answer to you is Big Love got home last night from state, and over the break, since he's home and young Broderick's gonna get some time off from work too. I probably end up seeing it unless they go see it without me. Like if they do it before me and then they won't let me in. But if I can find my way into that, I probably will. And if not, I'll certainly watch it when it comes out on streaming. Let's go to
when will it be out on streaming?
I don't know. I'm really confused about the way they're doing movies now. Let's go to Bobby out of Lincoln. Bobby, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, Bob, I got a question for you.
Yeah, Bobby, go ahead.
What's the most unusual thing you've done while eating?
You might want to say that question. Do you just want to say
next question?
All right, no. Brett, Pensacola, Florida. Brett, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
That's funny.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
How can you flip a player like that without the word if in the contract? We'll pay you this if you come to this school, and maybe that's the reason why the Ohio State player can change schools because the word if is not in his contract to play at home. And isn't that influence if that word is in a contract?
Well, I think that's pretty straightforward, though. If I'm paying money at Rick Burgess, GMC, in Columbus, Ohio, for the quarterback or the running back or whoever, linebacker, to promote my cars, and he says, I think I'm leaving Ohio State, or I don't think I'm going to come anyway, then I'm out of the deal. I'm not obligated to that deal anymore. Like Bubba said, it's no benefit to me if I'm a car dealership in Columbus for him to now be playing, in
Texas.
I mean, I don't benefit from that. So I can't be held to that deal. I would.
But wasn't he from Texas? Or
Yes.
Yeah, and so he's coming back to his
Don't
home
mess with
state.
Texas.
I'm just saying. But I guess it's just like when we wrote up the Rick and Bubba Inc. NIL deals. I guess it's how it was written up, to y'all's point. And
Mm-hmm. Ours was a little flexible.
And him coming back to Texas might be a good thing because it was local advertisers or companies in his city or whatever that signed him. So who knows?
I was under the impression it was people in Columbus.
Yeah, that's what I was too. I don't know why people in
the original article it was not the case.
Well,
But
I guess if it's in your hometown, no matter who you play for, I guess you could be influenced.
Yeah, maybe some of them transfer, some of them don't.
Something Ewing, I don't know how you say his name.
All right, I'll
E-W-I-N-G.
I'm going off memory. I might be right.
Is it E-W-I-N-G? That may be wrong.
Donald in Key Largo. Donald, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Good morning. This is your favorite president, Donald Trump.
Hey, Donald. How you doing, buddy?
Hey, guys. Just wanted to say a farewell. I know you got a big move coming up. I, too, know what it's like to say goodbye when I left the White House for the last time. Well, not the last time, but anyway, I'll be back. But, they say that when Joe Biden leaves every day from the White House, he says, goodbye, pictures, goodbye, forever White House, goodbye, bedroom.
What in the world?
I don't even know what to do with that.
That list needed to end.
So Quinn,
Yeah.
whatever his last name is, it was with GT Sports Marketing for 3 years in exchange for autographs. According to the source, it says here.
Does anybody still want his autograph?
It was for $1.4 million.
No, if it's just autographs, it don't matter where it goes.
Yeah. Well, they got to have an out in there.
Yeah.
If you don't pan out because your autograph isn't worth a whole lot.
No, but I mean, that might be. I mean, when they sign people in the NFL, it's a gamble.
Yeah.
You're right.
So you may not pan out. So thanks for being with us.
I guess it's like, we always talk about player contracts. What's guaranteed?
Right.
And then what's
Guaranteed,
later?
what ain't.
Right.
Yep.
I remember watching the first person that signed us to a deal, sitting there watching, waiting on them ratings to come out.
What a glorious day.
It's a nervous feeling, isn't it? Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba live on our YouTube channel. We're here live every Monday through Friday.
Be sure to subscribe and hit the little bell for notifications.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another Rick and Bubba day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba. Oh, there is no other Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber.